Hi everyone, welcome to my stream. Hi Wendy, how are you? Hi cutie, get some sleep. You need it. Okay. What is today? Is it your birthday? Happy birthday, Wendy. What's your big plans for today? Do I have another bed here? I do, right here. Dooba 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 dooba. What are your plans for today, Wendy? For your birthday? Nom nom nom.
AI-powered scam
Let's see.
detection, secure VPN, and award-winning antivirus. Plans start at $39.99 for the first year. Visit McAfee.com/online-protection.
How about no? And we'll do this.
You know we're animatronic fans through and through. And if you were watching this, you probably are too. And if you're also a huge Jurassic Park fan, you know that huge dinosaur animatronics are a fundamental part of the franchise. From the impressive Rexy to the imposing and terrifying Indoraptor. So today, welcome to the best Jurassic Park animatronics from movies and theme parks. T-Rex, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. One of the most interesting aspects of Fallen Kingdom was the inclusion of many practical effects, including animatronics. In the first installment of the Jurassic World trilogy, there was only one animatronic used, which left animatronic fans and Colin Trevorrow, director of the first film, wanting more. When Trevorrow was co-writing Fallen Kingdom, along with Juan Antonio Garcia Bayona, the director of Fallen Kingdom, they decided that they had to create one of the most intense and impressive scenes from the Jurassic World trilogy, and to do it, they had to have an animatronic. To do this, they called animatronics wizard Neil Scanlon. A team of approximately 18 people designed the T-Rex animatronic. A small-scale maquette was created and shown off, and the full-scale model was intended to move its head, neck, and part of its torso, with the legs and rear being essentially designed as a stand-in for CG effects. Added later on in the development process, it has articulated eyes, was able to roar, and the effects team would use an unknown cocktail of slimy liquids to imitate saliva, which was done by manually spreading it onto the creation's teeth and mouth. It was also designed so that Bryce Dallas Howard could be able to ride it. She had to train and learn how to ride the animatronic. According to her, this experience was pretty unique and pretty terrifying at the same time. The main difference between this new T-Rex and Rexy, the first animatronic created for the franchise, which we'll be talking about later, is the advanced technology which with this was created. Rexy was harder to control, but this new T-Rex allows for a more efficient and creating this impressive animatronic was worth it. And this was not the only impressive animatronic created for
Oh, you can hear my.
Indoraptor. Jurassic Park.
I forgot I was on question. Hello, chat.
You should be able to see me online now.
Yeah, I'll have to work on getting the QC or something.
Enter the hole.
It seems you turned into Moses. You split the ocean in half.
I did. Enter the hole.
Oh.
Here's a bed for you. Right here. Yes, this is where villagers are gonna be.
I was gonna say, it's an interesting corner of not in villagers.
The
Just corner,
the bridge that splits the ocean. That train track is going to lead to a village. It's not finished yet. We're gonna drop completely all the way here. I'll show you what another portal is.
Okay. Sounds like death for me currently.
Um. Right here. I went backwards and I went into the hole.
Do you know who Tomska is?
I don't know.
The person who created the ASDF movies?
No.
No. Alright. He made like, he's just like an old YouTuber, but he made like, a skit that was called The Hole, and every time he just mentioned it's all about making him out.
You're naughty. You can do whatever you like. Mm-hmm.
Oh, take whatever I like. Oh, I gotta put the work in. My brand new fists out of jeans that have some punching to do.
You can do whatever you like.
Probably should sleep first instead of that.
There's no mobs.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
You blend in with the grass.
I'm a froggy.
Yeah. You do your best, Rivet.
Ribbit.
Might have been a little bit more of a deep frog. On my end.
Arr. Get, oh my god, get on to the... Thank you. I don't have my sound on for Minecraft, but you know what? Let's turn it on a little bit. Audio. We'll go 20. There. Yeah, no,
I looked over in chat, and I swear I thought I saw Pokemon Community Game Skibidi escaped. I was about to lose it.
Jeez. I need to make more power rails and more regular rails.
You what?
I need to make more power rails and regular rails.
There's a way to do them, if I remember right.
Yeah.
I don't know if it works on that.
Iron and redstone. And gold.
No, I know what it takes to make them. I'm saying I think there was a way to do them. Like you would do.
After trying a duplication before on a server and it not working, I've never tried duplications anymore.
Oh, I found some iron.
You found iron and you don't have a pickaxe, do you?
Oh, I do. I just am making a stone one now.
I don't need to make power rails. I have 47 of them. I need to make redstone torches.
There's gold here, but I can't get that. Surprised this lithium goes so down low. 11. Let's see, guys.
Where exactly did you go? Oh. Hey. Oof. How did that go? Are you looking for fuel?
For what?
Fuel? Were you?
No, just watching.
Were you gonna smelt something?
I was thinking about it, but I was also thinking about like finding an abandoned or like a undiscovered cave, and just like getting coal.
I have 20 blocks of coal right here.
That's not enough. You need like 50 billion.
For what?
That's just like, you always need coal.
No. I have, let's see here. I have 40 blocks of coal plus an unlimited supply of lava.
What, lava for fuel?
Yeah.
Put in furnaces.
You can put lava in the furnace and it smokes a stack and a half.
Does it heat the bucket?
No. Jeez. They basically took hostage of the game and print. That's not fair. That's not fun. So come use my kindling. Come use whatever you need to use.
I'm exploring. I'm in the spruce forest. What the heck is that? Thought I saw a mushroom, but I think it's deep slate. It's like you made an archer post. It's like a few pieces of cobble and dirt, and it just looks like a landmarker.
That could have been Bailey.
Not a fox. Oh, they're running away.
So 20. It's 20. I'm guessing y'all reported them, correct? Good. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4.
And you only put a shield in your offhand?
You can put your map in your offhand.
Okay.
Agree. I agree with you there, Wendy. If you can't make it fun for everybody with your hacks, then don't do it at all.
You need any copper?
I have a shit ton of copper in one the chest. I think we're good with copper for now.
Okay.
I think I have a double chest that's almost filled with just copper.
I haven't played DBD since they released that 2v8 thing. Seems interesting though.
I don't play it, I watch my friends play it. Do I really want to make it go right up against the tree? No, we'll go over one. No, it's not right up against the tree, but it's right here.
Mining away.
A very long time ago, I used to know a hacker who hacked on PC Rust. They literally used their hacks to fight off other hackers who were making Rust unplayable. And yeah, use your hacks for good.
I think I found the smallest coal vein ever. It was only 2.
Yeah, I'd say that's small.
I found another huge ravine.
I understand. I wonder if I can make this not all. If I do a cut through. It'll give me all those tracks and also shorten the length.
We're gonna be rich once we learn how to compress all this coal into diamonds.
Yeah.
I'm already level 10 just from coal. I think the coolness is on to me. I'm onto it though, because becoming more scarce.
I would be a more higher level, but I kept dying in the lava. And it was making me mad. Because I went from not dying at all to dying 4 times in one day.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
I was sitting there like, are you shitting me right now? always use gravel for concrete.
You got until this shovel breaks so I can make an iron one. All this copper is so sad that it's not being mined. If you had the choice to add one thing to Minecraft, what would you add? Like a mob, a block, a food, a tool?
I don't know. That's a really hard question.
I like tools, so I'd probably add a tool.
But what tool would you add?
They already added a hammer, didn't they? But that was like a weapon.
Yeah.
Always like the idea of like mining in bigger areas, so that was one idea. But if they already added a hammer, maybe a wrench, and that wrench you could use for cosmetic purposes or for like changing changing maybe how redstone works, like being able to hide it. Like instead of like having open air blocks for redstone, maybe you're able to like have it run through the blocks. And it would make like every block could have like a new adaptation with like a red circle pulsing through it.
Interesting.
Are you counting blocks?
I am. Hiya, bunny. God damn it, bunny. 1, 2, 3.
I really hope you like gravel because I feel like I'm going to be bringing back stacks after stacks.
How you doing, bunny? Oh, fun. I haven't been on Fort in a while. And you should have, before Minecraft decided to do a fucktard move, you should have seen what I did with gravel in the Nether. I had drained out the Nether lake. I had drained out a pretty big chunk of it. And then Minecraft decided to go back in time and redo the shit that I've done. So all my work for a whole week disappeared.
They love to do that.
So the whole clearing out the Nether lava pool was bye-bye. And oh my god, it pissed me pissed me off so fucking bad.
It was worth clearing out and found more coal. I have 46 iron to give when I get back so far.
Jeez. Well, I know I'm gonna have to put this right here. So 1, 2, 3. I have 9 left, and I don't think I'm close to the village yet. Yeah, I'm nowhere near close to the village.
Scrabble is never ending. It actually is.
What about Scrabble?
I almost have 15 stacks on me.
Oh, Grabble. I heard Scrabble.
No, Grabble. I have 15 stacks on me so far. And I'm not using a torch method. It's taking forever.
Let's see how far I would have had to go. There's the village. On the train track. It's right here. I don't need these yet. What are you doing out of the house? What are you doing out of a house? I don't know what house you belong into. Go to your house. Go to your house. It's nighttime. You should be in a house. I don't like that you're out and about at nighttime and you're not even supposed to be out. There's another one. I didn't like that. He was out and about at nighttime. I don't like that.
It's peaceful, isn't it?
Yeah, but villagers usually sleep at night. Even if it's peaceful.
Maybe you have sleep apnea or something.
And there was 2 of them. I've never seen that before. It was creepy, and all the villagers in this village are supposed to be locked up. So why are there 2 villagers that weren't? So I killed them.
Oh my gosh.
They creeped me out. So I killed them.
You submitted some murder on a live studio audience.
Yes, I did.
You're in the chat?
I admit to murder.
Yeah, you were getting mad at me for killing all those chickens.
Chickens. When did I get mad at you for killing chickens? Oh, yeah. I remember now. That's different.
Uh-huh.
The chickens didn't creep you out. creeped me out. They weren't supposed to be there.
It sounds like they were tired of being imprisoned.
But none of them were out of their specific houses. They just appeared out of nowhere. They didn't belong in that village. Oh, very creepy villagers.
I almost have a full single chest of gravel. I'm like one snack away. I might need to take a break after, though. My head is killing me.
That's understandable. Like I told Mookie, health is important. If you need to lay down, take a break, you can do so.
I agree. That's why I'm telling you.
gravel pits never end, really.
I told you I have like a full small chest full.
And I believe you.
I wonder if it will save my position when I log in. I'll just take it right now.
It'll save your position. Alrighty. Bye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was 6 short. Guys, I was 6 short. That's not fair. Oh, okay, let's do this. That's done. Now I need to make a lot of power rails. Oh. Okay, I got 30 power rails. A ghastly. Okay.
Fallen Kingdom. Fallen Kingdom brought a new threat to the series, the Indoraptor, a genetically modified apex created to be the most intelligent and lethal dinosaur ever seen. This terrifying creature was brought to the screen thanks to a mixture of practical effects and visual effects. In many of the scenes, this creature was brought to life using CGI, but to make it more realistic and immersive in these scenes, a dummy was created so that the actors could interact with the creature, and a giant animatronic arm that was controlled by a puppeteer. But the most impressive of all was a gigantic Indoraptor head, created by Neil Scanlon's team, which had endless movements and expressions. This animatronic is very detailed, and it was sculpted and painted very thoroughly. It was done so that it could give the illusion of having a sick-looking membranous skin, and strangely enough, one of the main inspirations in the design of the creature was Nosferatu, the vampire. The animatronic was controlled by a team of puppeteers that controlled the eyes, nostrils, and jaw. The sounds for the Indoraptor were made from a mix of sounds, like a chihuahua, a lion, a pig, a cougar, and a dental drill. This animatronic is amazing and definitely one of our favorites, but nothing compares to the love we have for the next animatronic. Blue, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. As you can see, Fallen Kingdom is a showcase of animatronics. It is actually the movie with the most practical effects of the whole franchise to date, because according to rumors, Jurassic World Dominion will be the movie with more animatronics from the saga. Since Jurassic World came out, fans all over fell in love with Blue, and this beloved raptor returned with a fundamental role in Fallen Kingdom. That's why the animatronic team of Neil Scanlon created a full-body animatronic in Blue that was so realistic that the actors were actually terrified of getting near it. The animatronic has a massive range of motion, and its creation was one of the most important parts of the entire production. This animatronic was able to sweat, salivate, move its eyes and muscles, and much more. To move the animatronic, a puppeteer team was placed under the table in a special cabin full of controls to handle different parts of Blue's body. It is so impressive to think that each part of the animatronic was articulable. This is a perfect example of how new technology can come together with old school puppetry to create something so impressive and bring an extinct creature back to life. Blue is definitely our favorite Jurassic Park dinosaur, and we love her even more thanks to this animatronic. Allosaurus, Battle at Big Rock. On September 15, 2019, Colin Trevorrow surprised fans of the franchise with a new short called Battle at Big Rock. This new short film is canon in the franchise and is set after the events of Fallen Kingdom. The short was produced in secret, so nobody knew what hit them when it was released. The short shows an awesome fight between an Allosaurus and a Nasutoceratops. To create these dinosaurs, Colin Trevorrow called Industrial Light and Magic for everything related to CGI, and John Rosenbrand of Legacy Effects to create an animatronic Allosaurus. You might find Legacy Effects familiar, and that's because they were in charge of bringing Grogu to life as an animatronic in The Mandalorian. This short was made with a lower budget than the movies, so only the head and neck rights to each of the online videos were purchased for use in the short film, and dinosaurs were then added to the videos. Jurassic World Roar, Universal Studios, Singapore. Fallen Kingdom not only brought us animatronics for the film, but it also inspired a live show called Jurassic World Roar that was open for the temporary celebration.
Yeah,
Jurassic
but
World Explore
got
Roar
ghastly.
that opened
Alright,
on
let's
June
go do
7th,
this.
2018 at Universal Studios Singapore. Many people found this show a bit disappointing and cheesy, but no one can deny the puppets and animatronics used for it were super impressive. This show was a small demonstration where many dinosaurs were showcased.
Let's see
We could see
here.
velociraptors, pterodons, and an imposing T-Rex in the form of an animatronic. The T-Rex appears at the end of the show, threatening our protagonists. The animatronic has simple movements and is helped with sound and smoke effects.
Borrowing
Although this
her
animatronic
cart.
is not as impressive as the ones we can see in the Jurassic Park rides, it was amazing to be able to see such a huge T-Rex in a live show. The show's final presentation was back in August, and the animatronic is currently retired. Jurassic Park, Rexy. When Jurassic Park was in development, one of Steven Spielberg's main priorities was to have animatronic dinosaurs. He wanted all of the dinosaurs that would appear in the movie to be animatronics, but sadly, this was entirely out of the question because of the budget for the movie. So many of the dinosaurs that appeared in the film had to be computer generated. Still, Spielberg wanted at least some animatronics, so the production team started looking for someone that was up to the task. They found the Stan Winston Studios. The studio had already worked on similar projects in the past, so they were perfect for the job. The concept art was drawn, approved, blown up to a full-scale T-Rex, and then used as a reference. A mold was made for the latex skin that would cover the animatronic's interior mechanical structure. A huge team of people worked to make this T-Rex become a reality. Even Disney legend Bob Gurr helped consult for it. When the animatronic was done, it was taken to Soundstage 16 at Warner Brothers backlot. The 12,000-pound T-Rex was so heavy that the soundstage had to be reinforced so it could be stored there. But the T-Rex was ready to shoot. Now everything was perfect with the animatronic, but the time came to shoot the main road scene. In this scene, the T-Rex ended up getting soaked every day because of the rain the scene needed. The animatronic was covered with foam rubber, and this material is absorbent, so the skin of the animatronic would quickly become saturated during filming, forcing the crew to stop shooting to use towels and fans to dry the animatronic. The other problem was that the animatronic's hydraulic build was messed up by the water's extra weight, which caused the entire rig to start shaking violently. But thankfully, everything worked out in the end, and the animatronic worked beautifully. There was another animatronic created by Stan Winston that was used in the film. This animatronic was used for close-up shots and more intense interactions with the T-Rex. It was not full-body, but built from the waist up, and was even more detailed than the other one. The exciting thing about this animatronic was that it used an incredibly precise and computed-based action memory that could be used to pre-program movements into the animatronic, so it could repeat the same actions. This was very helpful because it allowed the T-Rex to push itself through the bathroom hut wall without hurting the actor during the scene. Triceratops Encounter, Universal Studios Orlando. In 1999, Islands of Adventure was opened, and unlike the catastrophic debut of Universal Studios, Islands of Adventure opened with excellent reviews by guests and the press alike. The park opened with 6 themed islands: Port of Entry, Marvel Superhero Land, Toon Lagoon, The Lost Continent, Seuss Landing, and Jurassic Park. This last island was themed as Isla Nublar, and one of the main attractions that Universal announced for this area of the park was the possibility of having close encounters with dinosaurs, and specifically with a Triceratops. This encounter was based on the one that Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler in Jurassic Park had. For this attraction, 3 life-size Triceratops were created. Their names were Topper, Chris, and Sarah. These animatronics were created by MD Robotics, and they were 30 feet long and almost 10 feet high. Universal requested specific requirements for the robots, including the ability to replicate breathing through synchronized ribcage movements, sneezing, snorting, among other things. These animatronics were very impressive, but ironically, the complexity of the animatronic was, to a large extent, the downfall of this attraction, because it caused them to break down regularly. But that was not the only problem. Universal had announced that this encounter would be very personal, but that was far from the truth. The animatronic was pretty far, and there was a barrier that prevented guests from going near it. This caused guests to stop going to see this attraction regularly. Then in 2002, the encounter started to have many problems, and guests found it constantly closed, until it was closed permanently in 2003. And it remained closed and abandoned until 2010, where it reopened with a whole new name, Discovery Trail. This didn't last long because it was closed again, to be reopened in 2011 with its original name. But the problems that the attraction had not been solved, and it closed again in 2012, this time for good. Spinosaurus, Dinosaur Attack. Universal has had the task of improving their character animatronics and shows with each year that passes. And in recent years, they've allowed guests to have close encounters with some of their most popular franchises. This is the case with the Jurassic World Characters Encounters, where we can find characters like Blue or a Triceratops meeting guests. These dinosaurs have become more present each year at the parks, and in 2016, Universal Japan surprised guests with a fantastic street show named Dinosaur Attack. In this show, guests could have close encounters with many dinosaurs. The show began when an amazing Triceratops was presented to guests by 2 staff members so it could interact with guests. Everything seems to be going great until a group of raptors escape and start surrounding the Triceratops and intimidating guests. While all of this is happening, a huge Spinosaurus watches by closely, growling and trying to escape from his cage. After a few minutes of tension, one of the staff members shoots into the air in order to calm the beast down and bring everyone to safety. This show was without a doubt a great experience, with some of the most
Okay, that
unique and equally scary
worked now.
animatronics guests had ever seen. But sadly, the show changed in 2017 to become the Dinosaur Wonder Experience show. The show basically remained the same, with the exception of the Spinosaurus that was nowhere to be found. The show suffered more changes, and now it is known as My Friend Dinosaur. This new version of the show is way more friendly. In this latest encounter, we can see that there are no menacing dinosaurs, but they are all friendly with guests. We can also see a new Stegosaurus and a baby Triceratops. Who knows if there will be any more surprises in the future for this show? T-Rex, Jurassic Park The Ride. Universal gambled big when they designed and constructed Jurassic Park The Ride, because the movie hadn't even come out yet. The ride was designed to replicate the atmosphere of Isla Nublar. Guests began the queue by walking under the Jurassic Park sign, before waiting under an open-wall building. A tour guide appeared on television monitors in the building, reviewing boarding and ride safety. Once you are in the ride, a playful hadrosaur knocks your tour boat off course, causing it to enter the Raptor containment area, which was shown to be heavily damaged. The raft then entered the Environmental Systems building and slowly began to ascend a long lift hill. A voice on the loudspeaker in the building alerted guests that an emergency evacuation was going to be attempted. The raft then climbed a small lift hill that brought it closer to the emergency evacuation drop. But a technician warns guests that a T-Rex is in the building. Ahead of the boat, a waterfall parts, revealing a massive
I didn't pay
T-Rex that
attention
lurches
that I was
forward,
already over
throws
here.
its head back and roars, then lowers its massive jaws to within inches of your boat, just as it hits a nearby vertical 85-foot drop. This was a brief but stunning encounter with one of the most intimidating animatronics ever created. Jurassic Park The Ride was closed in Universal Studios Hollywood to make way for a new Jurassic World ride, but we can still find it at Universal Studios Orlando. Indominus Rex, Jurassic World The Ride. As we said previously, Jurassic Park The Ride had, and still has at Universal Studios Florida, an amazing and terrifying T-Rex animatronic at the end of the ride. But at Universal Studios Hollywood, this ride was close to be replaced by Jurassic World The Ride. This new ride had new scenes, and of course, new animatronics. The ride opened on July 12, 2019, and since it was open, the ride has been a success. One of the most drastic changes that were made to the ride was the inclusion of a new tank where we can find the Mosasaurus. This new scene does not include animatronics, but it's made with giant screens that adapt to the weather and time of day. This scene is pretty impressive and guarantees that you will get soaked at this ride. Another significant change to the ride was the last part. Previously, when the dinosaurs used to escape, the boat would take us to the pump station where the T-Rex had escaped. But now, the new scene shows that the Indominus Rex has escaped, and due to its territorial instinct, has gone directly to the predator area, where the T-Rex can be found. This new scene is very intense because it is filled with animatronic dinosaurs, including Blue. In this new ride, before the fall, we not only see the T-Rex like we used to see, but now it is accompanied by the Indominus Rex. And even though it is not a full-body animatronic, it is terrifying. Now, Universal has announced that after a long year, they're reopening their doors on April 16th. And one of the most exciting things announced is that when it reopens, we will get to see the new finale for Jurassic World, which will feature the spectacularly realistic new dinosaur, Indominus Rex. That probably means that we'll get to see a full-bodied Indominus fighting with the T-Rex, and to be honest, we couldn't be more excited. Jurassic World, the exhibition. Get it. The Jurassic Park movies made us all wish that we could have been alive to see the dinosaurs, even if only for a moment. Well, folks, the Jurassic World exhibition is the closest you will ever come to seeing these majestic creatures. This immersive exhibition has enormous animatronic dinosaurs that come to life before your eyes. Sounds exciting, right? These animatronics were created by the Australian-based Creature Technology Co. in collaboration with scientist who also served as an advisor in the Jurassic World movies. Not only that, these dinosaurs are made to look as realistic as possible. They are said to be the closest simulation of dinosaurs ever created, entirely based on the real-world science of dinosaur DNA. So not only do you get to learn about these amazing prehistoric creatures, but you also get a truly immersive and realistic experience, with a pinch of fear thrown in. The exhibition first debuted in Melbourne, Australia. Since then, it has been enjoyed by more than 1 million people across various countries. As soon as you enter, you are greeted by the iconic Jurassic World Gate. From there, you get to take a virtually guided tour where you encounter all the various dinosaurs. When we say these animatronics are lifelike, we mean that they are lifelike. The Brachiosaurus animatronic is 7 meters tall, and the Pachyrhinosaurus is a whopping 9 meters. The best part? You get to come face to face with the formidable Indominus Rex. Hear its ferocious roars. You also get to interact with the baby dinosaurs. They also have a live entertainment experience, filled with life-size dinosaurs and people who have to face obstacles that they overcome through action-packed fight sequences. Truly an awe-inspiring and fun-filled event for the whole family. There are still many more Jurassic Park animatronics to cover, so leave a comment below if you want to see part 2 of this video, and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss it when it comes out.
Dooba dooba dooba. Alright, right there.
The Jurassic Park and Jurassic World trilogies are magical films, and one of the main reasons for this is a mixture of our two favorite effects disciplines, CGI and practical effects. Two disciplines that, when mixed together in the right way, are as unstoppable as a T-Rex. And today, because you asked for it, we'll be talking about how these movies were able to achieve this. So, welcome to the best Jurassic Park animatronics, Part 2. We are huge Jurassic Park fans, and if you're here, you probably are too. So we teamed up with Merge Ventures to do a Jurassic giveaway. Stay until the end of the video to see how you can participate. Indominus Rex, Jurassic World The Ride. In Jurassic Park Animatronics Part 1, we talked about how the Jurassic Park ride had changed in Universal Studios Hollywood. Go check out the video for more info. But if you need a quick refresher, here it is. Universal Studios Hollywood closed the Jurassic Park ride so it could be replaced with a new Jurassic World theme. When Jurassic World The Ride opened back in 2019, it was a huge success. But it became known that the ride opened without being completely finished. And there were some scenes where something was lacking. In the original Jurassic Park ride, guests were taken on a boat ride to see multiple dinosaurs, but a Parasaurolophant popped up and threw the raft off course, causing it to enter the raptor containment area, where the raptors and a T-Rex had escaped. Now, in the new ride, we find that the Indominus Rex has broken out of its cage, and it is heading to the Predator Cove to find the T-Rex. In the final scene, guests could only see before the fall not only the classic T-Rex from the previous ride, but also an Indominus Rex. This Indominus Rex animatronic was not full-bodied, but still it was very impressive. Last month, Universal Studios announced their reopening date after a year-long closure. And with this announcement, they also let guests know that when the park reopened, guests would get to see the new finale for Jurassic World, which features the spectacularly realistic new dinosaur, Indominus Rex. We were all very excited by this announcement, but nobody was prepared for what Universal had created. Many of the problem scenes were fixed. For example, just outside the Predator Cove, we could see some medical kits, surrounded by lots of blood and some non-animated pteranodons. The scene was changed, and now we see the gyrosphere scene, where we can find a gyrosphere, of course, and two compies back from the original Jurassic Park ride, but this time fighting over a Jurassic World hat. Then the second biggest change would be this scene, where there used to be a wall graphic showing info about the T-Rex. Universal replaced that with this new Indominus animatronic that is busting out of the wall and biting at guests. This is such a great new addition, but it's not the most impressive. We knew that the ending would change and that it would be better, but we did not expect how amazing it would be. Where we used to see the Indominus Rex head, now we can find an all-new, extraordinarily realistic dinosaur, who stakes her claim at the ride's finale in a forceful battle with their arch-rival, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, as described by Universal. The Indominus is now a full-size dinosaur. The fully articulated figure spans nearly 55 flexing arms and claws and clenching jaw as she bares her teeth and lunges at guests. This final battle scene is mind-blowing and a must-see for any animatronic fan. Apatosaurus, Jurassic World. Many people tend to attack the Jurassic World sequels for their use of CGI, claiming that there is little to no use of practical effects in the films. But they do not take into consideration that these new movies use the best of both worlds, great practical effects mixed with the magic of CGI, to continue to expand the legacy of the franchise. In our previous video, we talked about some of the thousands of practical effects that were used in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. Some people think that the first film in the trilogy did not use many practical effects, but this is far from the truth. For Jurassic World, Colin Trevorrow brought legacy effects to create many props, and above all, one of the most impressive animatronics in the whole franchise, the Apatosaurus. Who are we kidding? All these animatronics are impressive, to be honest. To create this dinosaur, the team first created a 3D model, which they later made out of foam. After that, the figure was sculpted. But there was a problem. Later in production, the team was told that the scale of the dinosaur was much larger than they had expected. So, to not waste time in the work that the team had already done, they made a 3D scan of the sculpture, sent all the info into a computer, and printed the sculpture again, in the new and correct size that was needed. Then this figure was taken to the molding department, where it would be determined how many parts the sculpture had to be divided in order to create the molds. Having these divisions, the team created the mold using multiple layers of fiberglass, mixed with epoxy resin. The molds are then filled with a special mixture of soft latex to make the dinosaur skin. They put it in the oven, and 12 hours later, voila! A new dinosaur was born. Or at least the outside of the dinosaur was done. While part of the team worked on the outside of the Apatosaurus, the rest of the team worked in the mechanics. For this animatronic, a cable system was used instead of using hydraulics. This might seem old school, but it turned out to be very practical for this specific scene. They used springs to counteract the weight, and for the head, a series of parallelograms were used to allow the animatronic to move more efficiently and realistically. To finish the animatronic, a foamy cover was made to put the mechanics in, and then it was wrapped in spandex so that the latex and the last aesthetic details could be added. The beauty of this animatronic is that it was created with so many micro expressions and details, because Colin Trevorrow wanted the audience to connect with the creature. The Apatosaurus is capable of simulating the movements of the face muscles, creating expressions using its eyes, sneezing, swallowing, and a unique Severo mechanism was designed just for the actions of the tongue. Once the dinosaur was assembled, the team began the rehearsals with it. This mechanical puppet was controlled by 4 puppeteers. The dinosaur was taken to Kauai, Hawaii, to film the scene with Bryce Dallas Howard and Chris Pratt. The 2 actors connected automatically with the animatronic, and this scene ended up being one of the most emotional parts of the film. Colin Trevorrow fought a lot so that these animatronics would be included in the trilogy, and thankfully, he was able to win. Not only did they create these fantastic creatures, but this also allowed Legacy Effects to continue the work and legacy of Stan Winston. Spinosaurus, Jurassic Park 3. We talked about how Legacy Effects was in charge of the practical effects for the Jurassic World movies, but where did Legacy Effects come from? Well, Legacy Effects was founded by Lindsay McGowan, Shane Mahan, John Rosenbrand, and Alan Scott, who were all supervisors at Stan Winston Studios for over 20 years. The connection to all of this is that John Rosenbrand, one of Legacy Effects' co-founders, also worked on another Jurassic Park movie. That's right. He supervised the project for Jurassic Park 3, specifically the Spinosaurus animatronic. To create this animatronic, the team took all the knowledge that they acquired with the construction of the T-Rex animatronics from the previous films and replicated them in this new animatronic. The process is very similar to the one we talked about in the Apatosaurus, but the difference is that because this animatronic is older, there were no 3D models or 3D scanners to help out for reference of the scale. And the size of this animatronic made its creation very challenging. The head alone was 6 feet. Not only that, but the animatronic had to be able to be submerged in water, so a special material had to be added to seal any type of opening that could let water through. Its head is made of graphite so that it can be resistant, and all the parts are welded to a mechanical substructure. The welding process has to be so strict that a specialized agency has to come to approve if everything is correctly welded. This animatronic was much larger than Rexy, and transporting it was quite a feat. The main door of the studio had to be removed so it could be taken out with the help of huge cranes. After this, the animatronic was installed on the set of Universal Studios in LA, in a particular track that allowed the animatronic to move. It is controlled thanks to a telemetry device, so every move that a puppeteer does is replicated in the animatronic. The major scene of this animatronic is when it fights the T-Rex. To create the scene, the team took one of the Jurassic Park Lost World animatronics, repaired him, and literally had the two animatronics fight to the death. And when we say literally, we mean literally. Since the production had planned to destroy the animatronics after the movie was filmed, they decided that it would be a good idea to have them fight each other until they were destroyed. The puppeteers were slamming the two animatronics into each other to get as much footage as they could. The team was a little on edge about it because they put a lot of time and work into the animatronics, but the producers and studio execs were having a great time watching this, rooting for either the T-Rex or the Spinosaur to win. In the end, the Spinosaurus knocked the head off of the T-Rex. The head collapsed, the neck tore open in the back, and hydraulic fluid shot out of it, almost like blood spurting. As for the Spinosaurus, we contacted Stan Winston Studios a while ago, and they confirmed that the animatronic had indeed been dismantled. Dilophosaurus, Jurassic Park. We all talk about Rexy when talking about Jurassic Park animatronics, but how could we not? I mean, look at this marvel. But we all seem to forget about another impressive animatronic from the same film. The Dilophosaurus, or the Spitter as he is most commonly known.
So
but
close.
The same thing happened at Stan Winston Studios when they were assigning the teams to create the different dinosaurs. Everybody wanted to work on Rexy or even the Triceratops, but only Rick Gallenson was interested in making the Spitter. So from that moment on, he was in charge of the team to bring this eccentric dinosaur to life. Just like with the previous animatronic, the team began creating the concept. Then they used footage of ostriches to figure out how the dinosaur should move, and they made a mechanism that would recreate the movement of these animals on the animatronic. After creating this mechanism, they improved the dinosaur's design so it would work better, and made it on a larger scale so they could perform various tests. When the foot movements were ready, the first prototype for the neck started to be made. This prototype consisted of 3 joints and some springs to handle the movement of the head independently. This was made so that they could give the character natural and fluid movements, and so they could have more control of the animatronic. Next came the fun part. As we all know by now, the team needed the animatronic to spit, and to do this, they created a paintball gun-type mechanism that shot a substance made of methyl and jelly. They also made a special rig for the thrill mechanism, made with a latex rubber sheet that was glued into some support rods. The most complex part of the animatronic was the dinosaur's tongue, which was one of the most complex mechanisms developed at that time. It was a 2-stage tentacle mechanism, and the third section was the base of it, which would also rotate up and down. When all of this was done, the whole thing was assembled so they could practice the movements that the animatronic would have to do on the scene. They mounted the creature on Shane Mahan so he could create the motion of the dinosaur's jumps. A trench was made on the floor so that he was hidden under the set, moving the animatronic's legs while the rest of the team took care of the rest of the movements. The Spitter is one of the most exciting creatures that Stan Winston Studios created during the production of Jurassic Park, and it deserves our admiration. T-Rex is Jurassic Park: The Lost World. For Jurassic Park: The Lost World, Stan Winston's crew created 2 real-size T-Rex animatronics. These, unlike Rexy that came before them, were only built from head to torso. John Rosengrain explained that they had discovered on Jurassic Park that there wasn't a lot of need for head-to-tail T-Rex because the creature was so huge. Shots that were wide enough to show the whole body became CG shots, and shots that used their T-Rex rig were close enough that you only saw the head and about half of its body in the frame. So that's why they decided to build these head-to-mid-body T-Rexes. And again, the creation of these impressive animatronics is practically identical to the process to the other dinosaurs that we had mentioned. But what's really interesting is that this time, instead of securing the T-Rexes to a motion-based platform, as had been done for Jurassic Park, the crew mounted them to motor-driven carts, capable of moving the multi-ton rigs forward or backward on 80 feet of track, set in concrete on the soundstage floor. This was super convenient for the scenes in which the mother and father T-Rexes attack a trailer at the edge of a cliff, with Ian and Sarah inside. The dinosaurs' mobility was a priority in this scene, especially because the T-Rexes were going to really destroy the trailer. That's right, that scene wasn't faked. Those T-Rexes were slamming into that thing, breaking glass and shaking it, which is ironic because, as we learned previously, these were the same T-Rexes used for Jurassic Park 3, and we know how they ended up, decapitated by a Spinosaurus. These 2 animatronics are extraordinarily and extremely imposing, not only because of their size, but also for the capacity of destruction that they ended up having. Anyone up for part 3? Well, it's coming sooner than you think, but now we've arrived to the giveaway. We've teamed up with Merch Ventures to give away this roaring Jurassic Park Loungefly mini backpack. To participate, you need to go follow both of our accounts on Instagram, FastPassFacts and Merch Ventures. Check out this post and follow the instructions there. We'll announce the winner next week on our IG stories, community tab, and also next week's video. You should also go to shopmerchventures.com, where you can find so many collector's items for everybody, from Loungefly bags and wallets to Funko figures and pins, and much more. And the best part is that you can use our code DuckSquad to get a 10% discount on your purchase. Remember to shop small and check out everything Merch Ventures has to offer. Good luck with the giveaway, and see you next week.
Treat.
Good boy. Alright, that's enough for today.
Wait. I think it's time you get me pet insurance. Based on my extensive research, Lemonade Pet Insurance can save you up to 90% on...
There are not many animatronics that can cause more submechanophobia than the Jaws shark animatronics. Be it the movie or the theme park animatronics, they are the stuff of nightmares for many people. So today, we will be exploring the evolution of the Jaws animatronics. If you consider yourself part of the Duck Squad, which is the Jaws 1975. Let's begin with the OG submechanophobia-inducing animatronic, Bruce. This animatronic completely changed the film and the special effects industry. Not only that, but it terrified a whole generation, and the franchise became a classic that people would never forget. In the fall of 1973, art director Joe Alves designed the shark for Jaws, and here's where the Bruce animatronics began. 3 full-sized, pneumatically powered units were constructed at the cost of $150,000 each. They were collectively named Bruce after Spielberg's lawyer. They each measured about 25 feet long and weighed hundreds of pounds. One shark, known as a sea sled, was a full-bodied prop with its stomach carved out. The other 2, known as platform sharks, were each one-sided. One platform shark moved from camera left to right, the side facing away from the camera completely exposed. The other moved in the opposite direction. Once completed, the 3 sharks were trucked to Martha's Vineyard. The sharks were built by a legendary team overseen by mechanical effects supervisor Robert A. Matty, also known for creating other terrifying creatures like the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea squid. But despite the huge expertise of this team, the shark animatronics were a headache for the film's production. There are other reports that the sharks would sometimes slip off the platform and get tangled in a bed of seaweed. At other times, the pneumatic hoses that controlled the sharks' movements took on salt water. The foam used as the skin on the sharks became bloated, and parts even corroded. Not only that, but the shark even sank once when it was placed in the sea, and divers had to go and fish it out. That must have been such an awful experience. Surprisingly, when the film was finished, the studio thought that the movie would not be successful, so keeping sharks in good condition was not a priority, and they just dumped the sharks in the backlot. They rotted away. Thankfully, the sharks' molds were safe, and a 4th shark was created. This shark can be seen by guests visiting Universal Studios Hollywood from 1976 to 1990 until it was again removed and abandoned in a junkyard. Fortunately, it was then saved and restored by the legendary Greg Nicotero, who later donated it to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Museum, where it can now be found. To know more about the history of these animatronics and the movie, check out our Submechanophobia video. Jaws Shark Mark I, Universal Studios Hollywood, 1976 to 1978. Jaws was, of course, a huge success, and so Universal decided that they needed to add it to their world-famous studio tour. And the perfect place to add it was where the Singapore Lake used to be. Singapore Lake was a human-made body of water with a scary house overlooking it. Its main attraction was a wave and smoke machine, but then on April 10, 1976, on the banks of the former Singapore Lake, Jaws was first opened. This part of the attraction features a moving shark animatronic and many sets and pieces used on the actual film. The shark in the attraction utilizes a similar ride system first created by Bob Matty, of all people. for the Jungle Cruise attraction in Disneyland. The shark prop basically moves back and forth in a straight line mounted on a platform. The actual platform and shark sit in about 10 feet of water surrounded by two walls, sort of like a box. At a certain point in the show, it is triggered, and it runs its course. The official name of this shark is the Jaws Attack Shark Mark I, but unofficially it is known as Carrot Tooth. And according to Joe Alves, this Carrot Tooth design came out of a meeting in which the studio execs wanted a shark with long teeth, like the poster. But it ended up being more goofy than scary. Its giant teeth resembled icicles from the doomed avalanche attraction more than killer shark teeth. The body of the attraction shark is actually struck from the Bruce Sea Sled mold. The head is a caricatured resculpt of Bruce with less pronounced jowls. Bob Matty was embarrassed by the jowls of the movie shark, so these were toned down while an improved mouth was created, which allowed for greater water scoopage. This cartoon head would only exist on the Mark I shark. There were two color schemes for the Mark I. The first version was green with a pale blue belly. The second was bluer on top with an off-white belly. The shark also leaped out of the water at a higher angle than the next sharks would. The attraction also had the original film's props. But as we said before, after the film wrapped, the studio sold off nearly everything from the film, as they had no faith it would turn a profit. And one of the props that was sold was the Orca. The boat was purchased by a special effects technician, who restored the boat and later used it for sword fishing up and down the California coast. After the film was released and became a huge box office success, the studio approached the former tech and purchased the boat back from him for use at the Universal Studios tour. The Orca was on display in the Amity Lagoon for all to watch and admire as the tram pulled away from the Jaws attack. Over time, the boat was neglected and forgotten. The pond wasn't that deep, and when the wood rotted, the boat sank in the shallow water, which flooded the lower cabin where the bung's head was and the engine room. In 1996, Universal apparently tried lifting the Orca out with a harness, and the hull was so rotted that the boat simply broke in half. Another original prop in the attraction was Ben Gardner's boat. This was featured in the scene in which Richard Dreyfuss went underwater to look for the missing fisherman when suddenly Ben's head appears. Ben Gardner's boat was one of the first things you saw on your right as you entered Amity Island. In 1981, the boat was repainted white and lost its original blue color as seen in the film. But then in May 2005, Ben Gardner's boat was removed for unknown reasons and binned in a skip during a major refurbishment of the area. The boat was the last remaining piece of authentic Jaws movie history featured in the attraction. Bruce 2. Jaws 2, 1978. The next Bruce animatronic in this Jaws shark's evolution was Bruce 2, also known as Brucette. This shark came to life because after the massive success of the Jaws movie, Universal, of course, wanted to continue with the franchise and create a sequel to this classic. The studio wanted to bring back Spielberg to direct the sequel, so they reached out and asked him. But Spielberg turned down the offer. Producer David Brown said that Spielberg did not want to direct the sequel because he felt that he had done the definitive shark movie, and he was not interested in making another one. That, and Spielberg later added that his decision was also influenced by the problems the Jaws production faced. He said that he might have done the sequel if he hadn't had such a horrible time at sea in the first film. But this, of course, did not stop Universal from creating the sequel, and they began the production of Jaws 2. After an arduous and troubling 18-month pre-production process, full of script problems and director changes, the film was finally directed by Jeannot Zwart. To create the new shark animatronics, he brought in special mechanical effects supervisors Robert Matty and Roy Arbogast. There were two sharks and an animatronic fin designed for the film. The first was the platform shark, also referred to as the luxurious shark. Special mechanical effects supervisors Robert Matty and Roy Arbogast used the same body mold used for the shark in the first film. However, Matty's design was much more complicated and ambitious than the first film. While the same body was used, a brand new head was made by sculptor Chris Muller, which made use of an all-new mouth mechanism, one which incorporated jowls to disguise the pinching of the cheeks that had proven to be a problem with the shark in the original film. The second animatronic shark was a full-bodied shark that could be pulled by boats. The same mechanism was used for the fin. These sharks were known as Bruce 2, but on set, they were referred to as Fidel and Harold, the latter after David Brown's Beverly Hills lawyer. Now, we all know that Jaws was commended for leaving the shark to the imagination until 2/3 of the way through. But for this film, the director felt that they should show it as much as possible, because the dramatic first image of it coming out of the water in the first film could never be repeated. And so the filmmakers gave the new shark a more menacing look by scarring it in the early boat explosion, which worked out pretty nicely. Universal knew they needed to update their Jaws sequence, especially the shark. For this update, the attraction shark was changed to look like the new movie shark. This second shark lost its carrot-like teeth and gained even more fake-looking teeth. The head was widened and its eyes were made entirely black. The rest of the sequence practically remained the same. The tram approached the town of Amity, where they could see a billboard announcing the town's annual July 4th celebration and regatta. As the tram went near the calm waters of the bay, they could see a fisherman to the right, his dinghy afloat and fishing rod patiently awaiting the day's first catch. The tour guide points out the fact that George, the lone fisherman in the water, is very brave for fishing in an area where a killer shark has been spotted. Suddenly, a huge dorsal fin heads in the boat's direction and begins circling. Before tram passengers have a chance to gasp, the fisherman's line is jerked backwards, and he and his dinghy sink rapidly into the water, leaving only a circle of blood to tell its terrible tale. The tram quickly moved on, traversing a pier built decades before, along with the historic town. Again, unexpectedly and off in the distance, flotation barrels with shark bait lines tumbled into the water, the line dragging them across the bay and under the water by some massive force. A fragment of the pier is towed out to sea, collapsing the main section under the tram and leaving all aboard dangerously approaching the water level. Out of the water lunges the great white shark, its teeth deadly sharp and close, its size and intent horrifying. Luckily, the jaws are only threatening, not biting, and the unbelievable sea creature sinks back into the water. The tramload of would-be shark victims is saved as it limps off the pier. George the fisherman managed to get eaten during this sequence for 24 years until he was later replaced in 2000, when the attraction received an upgrade. Also, since 1980, there have been numerous repaints and various dentures put into upgrading Bruce. Brucetta, Jaws 3, 1983. Jaws 3D is considered a terrible film in the franchise, and it's just that since the beginning of its development, it had thousands of problems. It had so many plot, writer, and even director changes. In the end, Joe Alves ended up being in charge of directing the film. Unlike for the previous two Jaws films, Jaws 3D would use models and small animatronic sharks that would be mixed with CGI instead of using full-bodied animatronic sharks. Jaws 3D tells the story of how a young great white shark finds its way into a sea-themed park and how workers try to capture it. But the facility's attempt to keep the shark in captivity has dire consequences. A much larger mother shark appears in search of its offspring. Now, during this time, there was a revival in the popularity of 3D, with many films using the technique. Cinema audiences could wear disposable, polarized glasses to view the film, creating the illusion that elements from the film were penetrating the screen to come towards the viewers. But what's interesting about this is that this film has what is considered to be one of the worst visual effects in cinema history. And even more surprising is that Alec Gillis, co-founder of Amalgamated Dynamics, was one of the people who worked on the scene. During this time, Gillis was working in a company called Private Stock Films while he was studying at UCLA. There, he was in charge of building a couple of miniature sharks. One of these sharks was built as a cable-articulated puppet with some RC functions. It took 3 or 4 puppeteers to control. The company owner asked if the team could automate it to save money, so they connected it to cams and speed control and hired a couple operators. But apparently, the company was in financial trouble, and by the time they shot this, they couldn't afford any puppeteers. So that's why the shark looks like it's completely static. According to Gillis, this shot tends to pop up on virtually every worst list, sometimes even fetching the gold. Gillis shared this story on his Instagram a while ago, and this shows that everyone has to start somewhere. Now Alec Gillis is one of the most legendary names in the creature effects business. Even if the special effects of Jaws 3D have aged pretty badly, a lot of work was put into them, and we can honestly say that this film is so bad that it's good. The campy performances and the horrifying visual effects make it unique. Vengeance. Jaws for Revenge, 1987. Universal had not planned to do a 4th Jaws film, but in 1986 they were going through a bad time. So Sidney Sheinberg saw an opportunity and box office potential in creating the 4th film in this saga. This project was seriously fast-tracked so that it could be launched in the summer of 1987. And for this film, they decided to do the right thing and go back to animatronics. The person in charge of creating these new sharks was Henry Miller. Miller was convinced that these new sharks were going to be something that had never been seen before. And not only that, but he planned to have sharks launched from atop an 88-foot-long platform made from the truss turret of a 30-foot crane and floated out into Clifton Bay. In addition to this, 7 sharks or segments were produced. 2 models were fully articulated. 2 were made for jumping, 1 for ramming, 1 was a half shark, the top half, and 1 just a fin. The 2 fully articulated models each had 22 sectioned ribs and movable jaws covered by a flexible water-based latex skin, measured 25 feet or 7.6 meters in length and weighed 2,500 pounds. Each tooth was half a foot long and as sharp as it looked. But despite all of these special effects, the film had terrible reviews and the audience hated it. Many people consider it the absolute worst movie of the franchise. After the film came out, one of the animatronic sharks was taken to Universal Studios Orlando and put on display in the Boneyard, where they exhibit many of their old props. It remained there for several years and started getting damaged and decomposing, until it was finally retired in 2008 when the Boneyard closed to make way for the Universal Music Plaza stage. But rumors say that the animatronic is still there in the backlots. Jaws the Ride, 1990. Jaws is probably considered one of the most classic Universal attractions. The initial plans for the ride would take guests to the town of Amity to explore the sites where the shark had previously attacked. But then, things would take a turn, with the shark appearing on the scene and attempting to devour the riders. To create this, ride and show engineering were brought in so that they could bring this idea to life. The biggest problem for developers was how to make huge, life-sized models of the sharks to move through the water with perfect timing, so that their movements coincided with those of the boats. The sharks would need to swim 20 feet per second, grab the boat, and then drag it around the 7-acre lagoon. And each shark weighed about 3 tons each, measured 24 feet, and had to move through the water with a thrust equivalent to that of a Boeing 747 engine. To enable this, nearly 2,000 miles of electrical wire and 7,500 tons of steel were part of the lagoon's construction. In addition, computer-guided hydraulic systems were used to control the actions of the sharks. The ride's finale would see the shark blown into thousands of tiny pieces after the boat's skipper would fire a grenade into its mouth, sending shark chunks up into the air. This all sounded amazing, but sadly the ride was not working perfectly, and on the park's opening, it was a complete mess, having almost daily ride evacuations until Universal realized that the problems were so severe that there were no quick fixes for it. And less than 3 months after the park's opening, Jaws was closed completely to undergo a significant overhaul that would reportedly take a year. But this was not the case. Universal had to push back the reopening of the ride to 1992 and then to 1993. They brought in many companies like the Totally Fun Company and Oceaneering International so they could completely redesign the ride from scratch. And it was completely worth it. Jaws the Ride finally reopened in August 1993. But even then, it was officially categorized as undergoing technical rehearsals until early 1994. The ride had 2 major scene changes, but the rest remained basically the same. Guests loved it instantly, and from its opening in 1993 to 2005, the ride operated smoothly year-round. But in January 2005, Jaws was temporarily shut due to the rising cost of petrol. During this particular time, Orlando's theme parks were suffering from low attendance, so attractions like Jaws, which needed lots of fuel to be running, were very expensive to keep. So in December of that same year, Jaws opened again, and Universal decided to turn it into a seasonal ride that would open only when crowd levels demanded it. This went on until February 2007. The holiday season ended, and Jaws didn't close again, and Universal announced that it would be open full-time again. But then, in December 2011, it was announced that Jaws would close the following month to make room for a new attraction. The ride closed forever on January 2nd, 2012. The Wizarding World of Harry Potter had opened back in 2010 at Universal's Islands of Adventure, and it was a huge success. So rumors began to circulate that the Jaws ride would be occupied by a second Harry Potter land, and the rumors were right. The Wizarding World of Harry Potter, Diagon Alley, opened on the site in 2014. And while this new expansion is mind-blowing for Harry Potter fans everywhere, we can't help but feel sad that such a classic and amazing ride like Jaws was closed. Jaws on Fire, 2001. With the 21st century coming, Universal wanted to upgrade the Jaws experience to get with the times, and they saw that this particular sequence lacked special effects, so they decided that they would add fire effects to the attraction. So after a 2-week rehab, including experience, George the fisherman was removed and replaced by an Amity police diver. Also, a few boats from Jaws 2 were dragged out of a shed and used as set dressing for the Cabot Cove Amity Island facade. The new sequence takes the tram into the peaceful Amity seaside town. The shark has been caught, and there's a strong police presence to make sure there are no problems. But suddenly, we see a shark in the water. So maybe they caught the wrong shark. The shark attacks the police diver, and it's too late for him to get back to his boat. Guests hope that the shark will take as bait a big yellow buoy that's attached to the dock. And it does, and begins pulling it away from the tram. But he also pulls the dock. The dock used to tilt, nearly plunging the tram guests into the water. And it looks like it's ruptured the gas line too. The whole dock is catching fire. Before guests know what's happening, the shark attacks. This upgrade is pretty cool. Sadly, in 2010, the dock tilting mechanism stopped working. The tilt helped all visitors on the far side of the tram to get a good view of the shark, and also added to the peril of the situation. But in 2014, the lake was drained to create a completely solid roadway for the tram. Still, this new sequence is fantastic, and while we hope Universal can fix the dock issue, we love this part of the classic tram tour, and we hope it stays this way for many years to come. Jaws the Ride, Japan, 2001. The last animatronic created from this franchise was the one made for the Jaws ride in Universal Studios Japan. The ride is practically identical to the one in Orlando. It opened back in 2001 and thankfully continues to operate to date. One of the main differences in this ride compared to the one in Orlando is the animatronics. The design of these specific animatronics is awe-inspiring and notorious. They are larger, have a much better texture, and a much more intimidating look. Also, they have more teeth, which makes them scarier. Recently, the ride received an update, and the new animatronics were created by Edge Innovations. Edge Innovations was founded back in 1991 by Walt Conti, and they have successfully completed nearly 100 very impressive projects, including Emotep on the Mummy ride, and more recently, the Indominus Rex on Jurassic Park the Ride. Hopefully, Universal Japan will never remove them, so that they can continue Bruce's legacy. As you can see, the Jaws animatronics have really evolved and terrorized people from all over the world since 1976. And we're happy to say that Universal keeps creating awesome rides and animatronics, and you can check them out. So start planning your next vacation. Our friends at Pixie Vacation Stop Studios Orlando or Universal's Islands of Adventure, specifically tailored to your vacation style and budget. And working with a Pixie is completely free. So talk with them to make the best out of your next theme park vacation.
We're gonna see how long it takes for us to hit all 200 plus destinations where you get data. Unlimited plus from Google Fi Wireless. Nazi! We need you! No doubt many of you are aware that Jurassic Park was adapted from the original novel by Michael Crichton. By adapting the original works, they could then turn it into a movie and show it to the general public. I mean, anyone could then go and see the film. But that wasn't always the case. The original material was far more graphic, darker, and would never be allowed to be shown to the audiences at the time. As such, these original scenes I'm talking about were adapted, altered, or completely cut out altogether to ensure that the film could be shown to general audiences. I mean, they even cut out numerous main characters' deaths. And that's exactly what this video is about today. We're going to be looking into the haunting abyss of Jurassic Park's original story. Some of it you may have heard, but I guarantee you there'll be something here you haven't. A prime example here is the T-Rex escape scene. Now, in the movie, we obviously see the T-Rex escape. It attacks the cars, attacks the children, attacks Ian Malcolm, eats the lawyer, but Alan Grant seems to bamboozle it with the vision. You know, the T-Rex can't see you if you don't move. Vision is based on movement. Well, something similar happens in the novel. Grant stops the T-Rex, appears to not be able to see Grant, but this couldn't be farther from the truth. You see, there's a dark and horrific undertone here. The T-Rex can indeed see him, and in fact, you can see Alan Grant perfectly. You see, Crichton completely retcons out Rex having amphibian frog DNA in the novelization of The Lost World. In fact, Rexy doesn't have any frog DNA in her at all. She wasn't hungry after eating the goat. animals from her territory. You know, we see exactly the same scene in The Lost World. But then you might be asking, why doesn't she attack Grant? And this is where the dark tone comes in. You see, she can see Grant perfectly. She just wants Grant to run so she can pursue him, chase after him, and entertain herself. And here's an excellent audio representation of exactly what's going on with the T-Rex. It sums it up perfectly. It's not very long and it's brilliantly done. Listen to this.
He was standing beside the passenger door of the Land Cruiser, drenched in rain. He was completely exposed. The Tyrannosaur no more than 8 feet away. The big animal roared again, and so close to range the sound was terrifyingly loud. Grant felt himself shaking with cold and fright. He pressed his trembling hands against the metal of the door panel to steady them. The Tyrannosaur roared once more, but it did not attack. It cocked its head and looked with first one eye, then the other at the Land Cruiser, and it did nothing. It just stood there. What was going on? The big head slid past it, toward the rear of the car. Grant blinked. What had happened?
You see, she does exactly the same with Ian Malcolm. She chases Malcolm because it's fun for her. You see, she was confused at first why Grant wouldn't run from her. So she starts rowing, goes right up close. Grant doesn't run, and she's not bothered because she's still full from the goat. She had a sinister tendency and just wanted Grant to be afraid and chase him all along. Crichton even confirms this in the Lost World novel himself, where a villain, upon hearing about Grant's theory that the T-Rex cannot see very well, stops and stands still. The T-Rex promptly devours the man, and one of the characters then comment how Alan Grant was wrong about the movement-based vision. But here's something which was completely changed, and that's Henry Wu. You see, in the film's adaptation, Henry Wu survives, but in the novel's original story, Henry Wu suffers a terrible and horrific fate. You see, Dr. Wu, Ellie Sattler, and Robert Muldoon are in one of the park lodges. This is after all the dinosaurs have escaped, the power's gone out, and they went back to the safari lodge to recuperate, regroup, and think about a new plan. And at this point, there's a really dense fog. The raptors are also stalking them in this lodge, so they shut all the doors. Although Ellie decides to leave, Henry Wu, realizing how intelligent these raptors are, goes after Ellie, opens the door, and shouts at her to come back inside. And at this point, he's jumped upon by a raptor from above. In the next part, well, I'll just read the extract for you. Muldoon didn't like the book standing there with the door open, and he was about to say so when he saw a shadow descend from above. He realized at once what had happened. Wu was yanked bodily out the door, and Muldoon heard Ellie screaming. Muldoon got to the door and looked out and saw that Wu was lying on his back, his body already torn open with a big claw, and the raptor was jerking its head, tugging at Wu's intestines, even though Wu was still alive, still feebly reaching up with his hands to push the big head of the raptor away. He was being eaten whilst he was still alive, and then Ellie stopped screaming and started running alongside the fence. Muldoon slammed the door shut, dizzy with horror. It happened so fast. Ellie said, "It jumped down from above?" Muldoon nodded. He went to the window and looked out, and he saw that 3 raptors were outside the fence and were now running away, and that they weren't following Ellie, they were going back towards the visitor center. Now, it's understandable why they couldn't show that in the film. I mean, a dinosaur literally yanking Wu's intestines out while he's watching, still alive, feeling everything. That to me is far darker than anything we've had in any Jurassic movie. But we're not done there. You see, the fact that they killed off Dr. Wu wasn't the only change. They also changed John Hammond. You see, they adapted the novel for John Hammond to survive. He leaves Jurassic Park at the very end of the film, but in the novel, it's completely different. And again, a very, very dark fate for John. And I think to get the right mood, dark atmosphere, it's best read directly from the book. And I'm going to do that for you now. With his injured ankle, he couldn't climb the hill. He would have to wait at the bottom of the ravine. After the Tyrannosaurus had gone, he would call for help. Meanwhile, he was in no danger here. He felt his heart begin to race and felt an uneasy shortness of breath. He forced himself to relax. There was nothing wrong. Although he could not climb the hill, he could not be more than 100 yards from his own bungalow. At the visitor center, Hammond sat down in the damp earth, listening to the sounds of the jungle around him, and then, after a while, he began to shout for help. Hammond thought he had heard footsteps on the path several times during the previous hour, and each time he had shouted for help, but somehow his voice hadn't carried far enough. He hadn't been rescued, and so, as the afternoon wore on, he began to realize that he would have to climb the hillside, injured leg or not. He's almost within sight of his bungalow, for God's sake. He was 76 years old. Abe's no age to be climbing around hillsides. Personally, he expected to live up to be 100, but it was just a matter of taking care of yourself, he thought. He heard a squeaking, and then a chittering sound, some kind of small birds.
These are the most terrifying animatronics from theme parks, and today you helped us rank them. Hi, I'm Walt, and joining me today is Will Engel to explore everything from eerie possessed dolls to gigantic animatronics. Don't forget to subscribe, and let us know in the comments which video you'd like to see next week. Today you rank these animatronics from not very scary to nightmare fuel.
19. Spookorama. Many locations. In Dennis Wonder Wheel Amusement Park in Coney Island, there exists the world's only indoor-outdoor dark ride, the Spookorama. This ride is also the longest and the largest ride in Coney Island. This scary ride opened its doors to the public in 1955, and it lasted over 10 minutes. Instead of traditional cars, this ride had wooden barrels. The barrels were seemingly attached to one another, but as soon as the ride started, they would separate. The outside of the building is littered with skeletons and scary-looking eyes. The walls inside the entrance have paintings that change imagery. The barrel travels towards a door. Inside, the room is so dark that you can practically see nothing. And boom, the barrel suddenly hits a glowing orange skeleton. There are screaming noises, and green flashing lights illuminate a man. The flashing effect makes it look like he is coming straight at you. There are skeleton animatronics that are tied up and trying to escape. A coffin opens up, and a hand reaches out of it. At one point, you encounter two large animatronics of hounds with their teeth bare. There is an ogre whose face is composed of light bulbs, a demon slashing an axe at you, a man in a straitjacket who is being electrically shocked, and even a gruesome man being killed in an electric chair. Ghouls and demons jump out at you from every corner, and the ride is so dark that you never see them coming till they are upon you. The animatronics are actually scary, and the light effects are top-notch, adding to the aura of spookiness. As you exit, stringy objects hanging from the ceiling caress you. After the ride you just had, this is sure to make you jump out of your skin. This is definitely one of the scariest dark rides we have ever seen. The ride had a major renovation done by Scare Factory Inc. prior to the 2013 season, but the new installations are no less spooky. The only problem is that the new ride is less than 1/3 of the original ride, but it's still pretty spooky.
Well, pretty spooky, you voted, and Spookorama ended up in the last place. With just one vote, this attraction landed on the not very scary tier.
Giant King Kong, Carthage Land. For those of you who have megalophobia, you will find that this animatronic comes out of your worst nightmare. This used to be the world's biggest ever animatronic figure until it was dethroned by this Gundam animatronic in 2023. This animatronic was created by an Italian company called EOS Rides, and it was done for Carthage Land in Tunisia, the first theme park in North Africa. The gorilla was crafted to resemble the famous King Kong, with special artisans at EOS having studied the animals in real life in order to make the figure as realistic as possible. The figure is 13 meters tall and moves in a true King Kong style. This animatronic is now the centerpiece of a customized spinning coaster, also designed and built by the same company. This huge gorilla measures 42 feet and is seen resting on its knuckles, turning its head and looking around. While it might not move around a lot, the size of the animatronic is imposing. Every once in a while, King Kong stands up to its full height, raises its arms, and thumps its chest angrily, while its head turns, and its mouth opens, emitting an ear-splitting roar. Guests will even see the ape's hot breath pour from its nostrils. This is an impressive ride that features not only this impressive animatronic, but also lots of other effects, like flames and a fantastic sound system that allows guests to hear Kong's roar up to a kilometer away. The animatronic is enormous and pretty terrifying.
Even with its giant size and huge teeth, King Kong was not able to obtain enough votes to escape this tier, and so you voted for him to be in the not very scary tier.
Challenge of Tutankhamun Animatronics. Sally Corporation is known for their exceptional interactive dark rides, and we love talking about them. They have many fantastic rides and attractions, and Challenge of Tutankhamun is a perfect example of their amazing work. This dark ride is one of Europe's favorite dark rides. It opened back in 2003 at Walibi, Belgium. formerly known as Six Flags Belgium. The ride takes guests on an amazing journey deep into the heart of an ancient pyramid, where the tomb of the legendary pharaoh, King Tutankhamun, was hidden from the world for thousands of years. The ancient god, Seth, Lord of Destruction and Chaos, has vowed to protect the sanctity of the tomb, and has unleashed the mystical terrors of the curse. Your challenge is to enter the uncharted regions of the dark passageways and find the lost treasure. Challenge of Tutankhamun is an interactive ride that has more than 130 targets and 54 animatronics. Some of these are pretty terrifying. There's a lot of scary animatronics on the ride. There's a giant scorpion and a cobra, the scarabs. We also see a huge and imposing Anubis animatronic, and Seth, the Lord of Chaos and Destruction. But without a doubt, the most terrifying animatronic in this ride is the three-headed jackal. These towering beasts provide a fierce warning for those that trespass into King Tutankhamun's tomb. This is an awesome trackless ride full of animatronics and props, and one of the best parts of the ride is that it has 3 different endings that depend on the score of the riders. If the riders do not achieve the desired score, they are taken to the first exit. If they do, they are taken to a kind of final boss scene against Golden Seth. If they are defeated, they are taken to the exit. But if they manage to defeat Seth, they go to the end of the dark ride where they get to see the treasure chamber. This is such a fun ride, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have scary elements.
Challenge of Tutankhamun was able to escape the lowest tier, but even with all of its scary elements, it did not go up further than the kind of scary tier.
16. Sleeping Giant. Distortions Unlimited. We love Distortions Unlimited's animatronics, and have covered them several times on our channel. Their quality props, masks, and creations have been a mainstay of the dark amusement industry since 1978. They have been in charge of creating animatronics and props for theme parks, haunted attractions, Halloween lovers, retails, and more. They have made amazing animatronics throughout the years, with many of them standing out. And today we'll talk about one of them, the Sleeping Giant. This giant animatronic is very impressive and, of course, huge. It stands about 11 feet tall when it stands up, and 8 feet tall when he's sleeping. The animatronic has a set of pre-programmed actions and can also be customized for the needs of each client. This animatronic was first released back in 2017, but since then, the Distortions Unlimited team has released a new version of the giant called Colossus. This new animatronic measures 12 feet and includes all controls and standard soundtrack. You can also customize his soundtrack to make Colossus a friendly storyteller, an angry warrior, or any other character you want. This giant and terrifying animatronic has become very popular and has been seen in various parks such as Cedar Point, Kings Island, Canada's Wonderland, Carowinds, Dorney Park, among others. This is such an amazing animatronic, and it really shows the fantastic job that the team of Distortions Unlimited does. The animatronic is on sale in the company's webpage, and for $14,750, this frightening animatronic can be yours.
Surprisingly, the Distortions Unlimited Sleeping Giant was not able to stand up to the rest of the animatronics on this list, and that's why he's sitting down on the kind of scary tier.
15. Edna, George and the Dragon, Efteling. Efteling is one of the best theme parks in the world, and one of the many reasons for this is because it has a huge diversity of different attractions. It has multiple roller coasters, and one of these fantastic roller coasters is the George and the Dragon roller coaster. The coaster has 2 tracks of 810 meters, in which 2 trains, water and fire, compete against each other at the same time. The track was designed in consultation with Efteling by the American company Great Coasters International Inc. But one of the most impressive aspects of this roller coaster is Edna. Edna is a fire-breathing dragon that was designed by P&P Projects. This animatronic dragon sits along the path that runs in front of the attraction, in a somewhat closed piece of road that lies between 2 sections of the road. Edna is 39 feet tall, and was capable of moving its head and neck and breathing fire. The creation of this animatronic was a huge challenge, due to the short time frame and the complexity of hard-body shells, which have to do complex movements. Sadly, the animatronic often appears to suffer from malfunctions, and is therefore regularly motionless next to the track. Often, there are leaks in the oil lines and hydraulic cylinders. The fire breathing is rarely seen. After several maintenance visits in previous years, Efteling announced in October 2019 that Edna would keep quiet. For a while, off, and one pupil was turned up permanently. Edna's fans tried to make Efteling change their decision and get them to fix the dragon, and thankfully, it worked. In 2022, Edna was repaired, and some of its movements have returned, although rumors suggest that it will never breathe fire again.
The last animatronic on the kind of scary tier, Edna, was not able to gain enough votes to go up a tier, even if she was prepared.
14. Laboratorio del Minotauro, Terra Mítica, Spain. As you can see, the fantastic Sally Cove will be mentioned several times in this video. And this is one of those times. Terra Mítica is a theme park located in Benidorm, Spain. The park opened back in 2000 and is divided into 5 themed zones: Egypt, Greece, Rome, Iberia, and the islands. And in the Greece part of the park is where we can find one of the coolest Sally Cove rides, Labyrinth of the Minotaur. As described by the park, in this ride you will face the same challenges as Theseus and beat the feared Minotaur. With the help of laser light guns, you'll have to defeat the terrifying creatures who lurk amongst the labyrinth walls. The fantastic built-out dark ride features trackless vehicles that can revolve to face particular scenes, complete animatronics, and one really cool feature. Riders who don't score enough are ejected from the ride at 2 early exit points. Instead of competing, guests have to work together to keep their collective score high. Only teams who can do so get to the climactic finale, which features 6 12-foot-tall Minotaur animatronics in a dizzying finale showdown. Long story short, Minotaur gives a practical and interesting twist to the somewhat tired interactive dark ride genre, and does so with an amazing style. And you know us, we love rides that feature such amazing animatronics.
You all were able to recognize that this ride has several fantastic and pretty scary animatronics, because your votes bumped it up a tier into the spooky tier. And we can see why.
12. Gremlins, Movie Park, Germany. Warner Bros. Classics and The Great Gremlin Adventure is undoubtedly one of the strangest and most unique dark rides that has ever existed. This ride opened at the Warner Bros. Movie World theme park in 1991 and was duplicated in Warner Bros. Park in Germany as Gremlin Invasion. The Australian version of this ride took guests into a screening room where they could watch outtakes and bloopers of several of the company's most popular productions. Everything is going according to plan until the Gremlins decide to invade the facility and guests are forced to find a way to escape. Guests were quickly taken to a corridor where they saw that the Gremlins had infested the whole place. They got inside a vehicle so they could get away, and they encountered the one and only ghost with the most, Beetlejuice. Believe it or not, an animatronic of Beetlejuice was in charge of getting guests out of there. The rest of the ride is chock full of animatronic gremlins. They are messing with the film cans, hanging from the lamps, watching TV, destroying sets, dancing hula, among any other things. Gizmo makes a small appearance in a wooden barrel also. Finally, guests manage to escape and the ride ends. In the German version of this ride, the characters in charge of helping guests escape is Alf. Alf appears a couple of times in animatronic form also. In this version, Gizmo has a much more important role since he appears along with Alf in many of the scenes. Sadly, both of these rides have now been retired and replaced by Scooby-Doo's Spooky Coaster in Australia and Van Helsing's Factory in Germany. But these gremlin animatronics will stay in guests' hearts, memories, and even nightmares for a long time.
This looked like a fantastic ride, and while we would have ranked it higher, you guys gave it enough votes to be placed on the spooky tier. Sorry, Stripe.
Spook Slot Animatronics. Efteling. Spook Slot opened at Efteling on May 10, 1978. Since the beginning, this attraction was a huge success. This attraction was full of creepy and scary animatronics. When guests first entered, they went through a dark hallway where they could find some of the attraction's hosts. One of these ghosts was the Moaning Man. The Moaning Man is an animatronic of an exasperated chained figure whose lamentation can be heard throughout the queue. This is a super creepy animatronic that definitely paves the way for what guests are about to experience. Next, guests enter the round hall, where they found a large chandelier that hangs from the index finger of a giant hairy arm. Once in a while, the arm starts moving, causing the chandelier to swing dangerously back and forth. Then, the lights begin to dim, and 3 bat-like devil figures appear on the ceiling. This part of the queue can scare more than once, because as soon as the figure appears, they seem to spread their wings and dive towards guests. Thunder sounds, and they disappear in a flash. In the next waiting room, guests could find a statue called the Eastern Spirit, who told the attraction's story. Then the show began when the enchanted crow starts ringing a bell. To the left, we see a corpse hanging from a bell string. This corpse belongs to the castle's gardener, who had caught and turned in the witch in the story. Next, the three judges who sealed the witch's fate appear, pronouncing their last judgment repeatedly. A procession of monks moves through a corridor in the center of the scene, then disappears behind a heavy door. At that moment, the dreadful dance sets in. We see a lot of creepy elements, from instruments playing themselves to moving skulls and gargoyles. We also see Viscount's daughter emerging from her grave, ghosts in the catacombs, and the witch's spirit is chained to a shelf and then consumed by flames when a fire is set. The scene ends with a loud thunderbolt that shakes the stands. After that, everything goes dark, and only the violin keeps playing at the end of the music piece. This show was full of animatronics that, while they might not be the most advanced or impressive ones, they sure were creepy. From the demon-like creatures attacking the guests in the attraction's queue, to all of the spooky elements of the show, like the hanging gardener or the witch being burnt to a crisp. Spook Slot was so creepy and scary. Sadly, Spook Slot closed to make way for a new frightening attraction, which Effling announced would be called Danse Macabre. The attraction will open in fall of 2024, and we can't wait to see if this recent refurbishment will make it even more terrifying.
Spook Slot was a fantastic attraction full of spookiness all around. So we agree with your votes, which place it on the first place of the spooky tier.
The Maestro, Phantom Theater. Kings Island is definitely a fantastic park, and it is known as the largest amusement and water park in the Midwest. It has an endless number of attractions, some of which have gone through various changes and renovations, but without a doubt, Phantom Theater is one of the most missed attractions for Kings Island guests. This creepy attraction took guests through a journey inside an abandoned theater, while witnessing the spirits of past performers, stagehands, and maestro. The former star who presided over this once stately venue. The exterior of this building was stylized as a dilapidated and crumbling opera theater. The queue area featured low lighting and walls that were decorated with busts and portraits of some of the ghosts that would be seen during the ride, such as Hutolini, Garbanzo, and of course, Maestro, with eyes that would seem to follow the riders as they walked past them. After this, guests entered the lobby where they heard the taunting voice of Maestro, warning riders that they were disturbing the silence that had settled within the theater for decades. Guests boarded cars that, using an Omnimover-like style, took them through 17 separate scenes. In the beginning, Maestro appeared and welcomed guests backstage as they went through hallways, dressing, rehearsal, and stage areas, where the Maestro would periodically reappear and reaffirm that their intrusion was disturbing the spirits of past performers that inhabited the theater. The Phantom Theater's creative concept was created by R&R Creative Design of Anaheim, California, and ABG Inc. of Valencia, California, was the supplier of the ride's 38 animatronics. The ride opened in 1992, and then it closed 10 years later in 2002. The ride was then renovated, and a new ride opened in its place. This ride was Scooby-Doo and the Haunted Castle, created by the fantastic Sally Corp. But then, following Kings Island's purchase by Cedar Fair in 2006, the ride dropped its Scooby-Doo theming and was renamed Boo Blasters on Boo Hill. The transformation included some updates and was done in collaboration with Sally Corp. The only remains found from this creepy attraction are the leftover ride components that have served as props during the park's annual Halloween haunt event. But the creepiest animatronic of the ride is nowhere to be found, and will only live on in our night.
The Maestro is very creepy, so it makes total sense that he got enough votes to be in the next tier. He is definitely very frightening, so his move up this list is very accurate in our opinion.
10. The Mummy. Universal Studios Orlando. The Mummy series was a huge success for Universal, and so back in 2002, Universal wanted to bring a ride to its parks based on this franchise. The first park where they got this ride was Universal Studios Orlando, and for this, they closed down Confrontation. The ride opened on May 21st, 2004, and it was promoted by Universal as a psychological thrill ride, thanks to the many different phobias that it touches upon, whether the fears are centered on spiders, beetles, darkness, speed, or corpses. The premise of this ride is very unique and original. Because Universal Studios Orlando was created under the idea of being a working movie studio, all is Imhotep. You see, the ride takes you into an ancient Egyptian tomb where the evil Imhotep and his curse await. According to the ride's story, Imhotep is unstoppable, unless you can find the symbol of the Mirha, the ancient protectors of the pharaoh who stand as the last guardian between the sinister mummy and humanity. Shortly after boarding the cars that travel into the tomb, guests get the first glimpse of just how serious Imhotep is about world domination. It seems that crew member Reggie has gone missing from Revenge of the Mummy, and you're about to find him. Wrapped in mummified dressing, Reggie is leaning in a sarcophagus. He warns guests that the curse is real, and they should get out because they've just entered a trap. Just then, the massive stone sarcophagus next to Reggie bursts open. As the half-decayed Imhotep jumps out, he orders Reggie to be silent before killing him. Imhotep appears several times throughout the ride via animatronics and projected images, even killing and stealing the soul of a ride attendant when it seems for a brief moment that the ride has concluded. But nothing compares to the first Imhotep animatronic we see. The animatronic is creepy, very close, gives us a huge jump scare by literally jumping out of a sarcophagus, and to top it off, he kills Reggie.
The Mummy is a classic. Such a great ride deserves a pretty fantastic animatronic, and The Mummy lives up to expectations, so we agree with your votes, which place this animatronic in the frightening tier.
9. 1001 Nacht, Phantasialand. This next ride on the list is called 1001 Nacht, and it's located at the Phantasialand theme park in Germany. This gondola lift was the very first stationary dark ride in the whole of Germany. It's a very unique ride in that it has an Arabian Nights theme. This is reflected in its name, 1001 Nacht, which is German for 1001 Nights, a reference to Middle Eastern folk. The ride features a number of horrifying features, including a large water-spouting skull and a dragon's mouth in which the gondolas enter. A very intimidating premise indeed. But that's not all. The interior of the cave shows various scenes from stories from Arabian Nights, such as Ali Baba, with the help of massive animatronics. Other things featured include camels, dancing women, dragons, and cyclops. These things are brought to life with large and intimidating animatronics, which can cause megalophobia, so beware. This ride packs in too much intensity for one experience. Another noteworthy aspect of this ride is that its gondolas have been suspended below a very low-lying rail. So low-lying that there are signs put up nearby telling parents not to put their children on their shoulders when walking under the rails. The 1001 Nacht did eventually have to be demolished in 2009. This was done in order to make space to construct new rides, because Phantasialand was not allowed to expand its park area. This was not an easy choice to make by any means, but at the end of the day, it had to be done. Sometimes unpopular decisions are necessary. Nevertheless, 1001 Nacht will live on in many people's memories as the daunting gondola ride.
This one surprised us, because while it has several cool animatronics, we think that there are scarier choices on this list. But your votes have spoken, and this ride found itself on the top of the frightening tier.
8. Indominus Chase, Jurassic World Adventure. In our opinion, the best and the most impressive attraction inspired by the Jurassic Park franchise is the Jurassic World Adventure ride, which opened in 2021 at Universal Studios Beijing. In this ride, guests board an Atlas for a journey through Isla Nublar, where they encounter many life-size dinosaurs. The ride uses the same dark ride system as The Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man and Transformers the Ride, but instead of using the 3D effects of those rides, it uses a traditional mix of animatronics supported by screen effects, and they seriously took animatronic dinosaurs to a whole new level. Imagine cruising along the vehicle when suddenly a seemingly harmless-looking Ankylosaurus playfully bumps into your ride, sending it spinning out of control. And that's nothing compared to the rest of the scenes, where you experience an intense showdown between a Tyrannosaurus Rex and an Indominus Rex, which takes place right above you. However, the most groundbreaking scene is where you come face to face with a gigantic, full-size walking Indominus Rex. This incredible animatronic marvel actually chases after you. This massive dino will be hot on your heels as you navigate the ride's track system, creating a heart-pounding reverse chase. It's an encounter unlike anything you've ever experienced before. We can't even begin to fathom impressive, but even more terrifying.
Let's go on into the next tier, where we are being chased by a huge animatronic. This scene in the Jurassic World Adventure ride is definitely very scary, and your votes let us know that many of you would be scared to experience this.
7. Draconicon. Efteling. Let's go back to Efteling for the last time on this list. As we've seen, this park not only has fantastic roller coasters and magical dark rides, but also great live shows. One of these shows is Ravelin. This show tells the story of 5 children who are magically transformed into brave knights. They free the medieval city of Ravelin after confronting cruel oppressor Count Olaf. The show has 50 performers, stunt people, horse riders, and falconeers. And if this isn't enough, it also features an impressive mechanical dragon named Draconicon. Draconicon is a 5-headed monster with 2 wings and 4 claws. Each of the heads spits fire. The visible part of its mechanism consists mainly of large gears. In Ravelin's story, he was built by Falco Peregrinus, who pretends to be Count Olaf Grafthard, as the ultimate weapon to defend his power. This amazing dragon was designed and created by Heavy Decor, a company that specializes in decoration and set decoration. The dragon is very impressive and equally scary. In 2021, the dragon had some problems and it broke, so the show had to be temporarily closed. But thankfully, the park got to work rapidly, and Draconicon was repaired, and the show and dragon came back after. This is such an awesome and scary animatronic at the same time, and the fact that it has 3 flame-throwing heads makes it more terrifying. 6. Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey animatronics. When the Wizarding World of Harry Potter made its debut in 2010, it revolutionized theme parks by launching an era of living lands, creating entirely immersive areas plucked from physical places seen on screen. The first ride to be planned for this land was Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey, and the objective for this ride was to create a unique attraction using the highest technology available at the time. And with its exciting use of cutting-edge technology and fast-paced storytelling, it was an instant success with Potter fans and regular guests alike. The ride takes place within the iconic Hogwarts castle, looming high on a rocky outcropping over the snowy village of Hogsmeade. The ride incorporates dark ride elements, motion simulator movements, projections, animatronics, and uses a modern robotic arm system that is attached to a bench to generate the feeling that guests are flying. While it is an amazing ride, it can be fairly scary for some guests. This is because there are many memorable but dark scenes, and especially because of the animatronics that appear there. One of the scariest animatronics in this ride is definitely Hagrid's pet Hungarian horntail dragon. It appears to chase riders and shoot fire after them. This effect is done by shooting pressurized water mist with red lighting pointed to it to make it resemble fire. This animatronic is huge and pretty imposing, and that, along with the sound and movement effects of the ride, makes it very scary for many guests. Guests also encounter animatronic props, like the spiders in a huge animatronic Whomping Willow. But by far, the scariest scene is the one where dozens of Dementors appear. In this scene, animatronic Dementors, mounted on moving arms, emerge from the darkness. Suddenly, one specific Dementor descends and attempts to suck the rider's souls out of them. This effect, when it actually works, is achieved by projecting the rider's faces onto a cloud of fog in front of the Dementor, blasting cold air towards the riders, and using a heartbeat-like sound played through the subwoofers built into the benches.
The Dementors are a terrifying scene, and anyone who has been able to experience it can agree. So they definitely earn their place on the top of the very scary tier. Now, let's check out the last tier and the top 5 scary animatronics.
Small World, Suzhou Amusement Park. Located at the foot of Mountain Lion in the center of China's Suzhou New District, Suzhou Amusement Park opened back in 1997. This park is described by locals as their own Disney, because it includes the vivacity and magnificence of Western amusement parks and the leisure, quietness, and nature of Oriental Gardens. The park was divided into 9 areas and had up to 80 attractions. But among these attractions, there was a specific one that came right from our nightmares: Small World. That's right, the name wasn't even changed that much. Small World was a 10-minute dark ride which, at first glance, you would think was a perfect copy of It's a Small World. But when the ride began, you noticed nothing could be further from the truth. The boat ride began, and surprisingly, the original Small World theme began right with it. But in this ride, the song eerily echoes out of sync throughout the tunnels, making the ride even more unsettling. The sets are very colorful but dimly lit, and the animatronic dolls are barely moving or not moving at all. But if you find all of these elements creepy, wait till you look at the dolls. These animatronic children are the stuff of nightmares. They're pale, blue, and green faces, and they are not taken care of at all. Some even look like broke porcelain dolls or children with peeling faces. Their soulless eyes and dirty looks makes you think of apocalyptic zombies instead of happy children from around the world. And the lighting, of course, doesn't help at all. Can you imagine getting stuck in this chilling atmosphere? It would be awful. To add to the weirdness of the ride, we can, for whatever reason, find weird Mrs. Potts and Chip inspired characters, 2 Voltron characters, and even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So the whole thing feels like a fever dream, honestly. At some point, the ride was refurbished for a bit, and the name was changed to Fairy Tale Worlds, but honestly, its creepy nature was not changed a bit. The park closed down in 2017 so that it could be relocated and reopened in 2020, but Small World was left behind, and now it only lives in the nightmares of the people who were able to experience it.
People who think that the original Small World is creepy should take a look at this ride, and they would think twice. Your votes placed this ride and its animatronics on a very worthy 5th place in this list, starting the Nightmare Fuel tier.
5. Slappy, Goosebumps Stir Fry. The R.L. Stine Goosebumps franchise is one of the best-selling book series of all time, selling 400 million books worldwide in over 32 languages. Since the first book came out in 1992, there have been spin-offs, TV series, comics, and films based on the franchise. The franchise has also had a presence in theme parks, like the Goosebumps Horrorland Fright Show attraction at Disney's MGM Studios in Walt Disney World. But this attraction only lasted a year. Still, it was strange that no full dark ride had been created based on the franchise. Here's where the amazing Sally Corporation comes back in. In 2008, the company announced an agreement with Scholastic to design and market interactive dark ride attractions based on Goosebumps. Along with this partnership, 12 new books were announced. These would be the first Goosebumps books released in over 10 years. These books would expand the Horrorland lore, a vast theme park which R.L. Stine described as the scariest place on Earth. Each book had 2 stories. The first would introduce the villain and protagonist, and the second would take the characters to Horrorland. The books also included a case file that linked to material on EscapeHorrorland.com. The first book of this new series was Revenge of the Living Dummy, and in this book, Goosebumps fans saw the return of Slappy the Dummy, the most popular villain and the mascot of the Goosebumps franchise. So, of course, when the ride was being planned, a Slappy animatronic was a must. The ride would use animatronics, blacklight features, and 3D elements to immerse guests in the Goosebumps world. And in order to respond to the needs of both small and large parks, the company developed designs at 2 different sizes and price points. The plans for this dark ride were presented at the IAAPA Expo, with a special booth where the animatronic Slappy could be seen. Slappy wore a dapper suit and was holding the Revenge of the Living Dummy book in his hand. He was supposed to serve as a pre-show greeter for the ride and give a glimpse to guests about the ride. Sadly, the ride was never brought to life and the concept was shelved, but the animatronic Slappy remains at Sally Corp's headquarters. So hopefully, one of these days, any theme park makes this ride a reality.
Many of us love Goosebumps, so it is fantastic to see that an animatronic Slappy ever existed. And for the animatronic to be accurate, it had to be scary, so it is perfectly placed in the Nightmare Fuel tier.
3. La Llorona Animated Prop, Halloween Horror Nights. Let's do an experiment. Leave a skull emoji if you love Halloween Horror Nights, and let's see if we can fill the comment section with skulls. Halloween Horror Nights is one of our favorite events in the world. Annually organized by Universal Studios Hollywood and Orlando, it's an epic event filled with haunted mazes featuring original attractions, or IPs, that rotate every year. We've had fantastic attractions based on The Exorcist, Ghostbusters, The Shining, Poltergeist, among others. But what guests particularly love are the original attractions. In 2022, Universal brought us the Haunted Maze of La Llorona. The entrance of the maze was inspired by San Francisco's De la Espada Church. Upon entering, guests hear terrible screams and see candles with photos of children. We encounter several weeping women and move on to a chapel where a funeral is taking place with children in coffins. The maze is full of jump scares and props. The tour takes us through crypts with scare actors, including disturbing scenes like children seemingly less alive in the water. Then we enter a stable with giant horses, before finally reaching the main house, where, in our opinion, some of the most powerful animated props of this glitch was done. In a small room, we encounter a gigantic prop that practically fills the entire space. The animated prop is simple yet terrifying, with only the victim's small legs moving. In the next room, we witness La Llorona seemingly devouring a scare actor. This scene has been used by various YouTubers to narrate creepypastas, some even claiming it to be real. These props are so terrifying that we debated whether to include them on the list, but you insisted, so here they are.
This might not be a full animatronic, but this animated prop is terrifying. This whole maze was very scary, and to top it off with these props made it one of the scariest mazes of that year. So scary that it earned the 3rd place on the Nightmare Fuel tier.
2. Jurassic Jungle Boat Ride, Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Whenever you think about dinosaur animatronics, we all think about Jurassic Park or Jurassic World the ride. With the incredible work of Stan Winston on the original Jurassic Park films, we have spoken in detail about the spectacular work done on all of the Jurassic Park rides across the globe at the Universal Studios parks. But this is not that. This ride is located right on the main strip in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, just a mere 3.5 miles from the award-winning Dollywood. Jurassic Jungle Boat Ride is in a league of its own. This is the definition of so bad it's good. And though the ride only lasts 10 minutes, the memories will last a lifetime. What joys can be found in this prehistoric paradise? Be greeted with the lovely sound of dial-up when being transported back in time. A standard department store fan next to its T-Rex, a plastic skeleton propped up on a small rock, and our personal favorites were several animatronics being held together with duct tape, or just visibly falling apart, or the animatronics in the back of the parking lot covered in trash bags. This all makes these animatronics pretty scary in our opinion.
A surprising 2nd place, at least for us. The Jurassic Jungle Boat Ride animatronics are not particularly scary, but the fact that they were in such a bad state for so long is what made you vote for them in the 2nd place of the Nightmare Fuel tier.
1. Pennywise Animatronic, Unit 70 Studios. The Transworld Convention animatronics never fail to impress people all over. And at 2018's convention, there was one particular animatronic that stood out among all the others, the Pennywise animatronic. This terrifying and impressive animatronic was created by Unit 70 Studios, a company specializing in the creation of animatronics and props for Halloween and horror attractions. They make custom animatronics, and one of the scariest examples of their work is Pennywise. This animatronic was commissioned and presented at the show by Halloween Productions Inc., who requested something based on the Pennywise character from the 2017 movie It, crossed with a spider. The gigantic, terrifying animatronic is a monster-sized version of Pennywise that features several especially creepy features that are pure nightmare fuel. This Pennywise animatronic is sporting the spider arms he's featured with towards the end of the movie, in addition to his much scarier mouth, complete with a great many razor-sharp teeth. Last but certainly not least, Pennywise is holding poor little Georgia, who is missing an arm and screaming his head off. It is 11 feet tall, weighs nearly 800 pounds, and it took over 2 months to be completed. After Transworld, the animatronic reappeared, this time in one of 13th Floor Entertainment's haunted houses, with over 15 locations around the U.S. This animatronic appeared at Jacksonville's 13th Floor haunted house as a kind of host. This Pennywise animatronic is downright terrifying, and it really shows that the work of Unit 70 Studios is extraordinary.
We can all agree that this animatronic is the definition of nightmare fuel. It is a very worthy number 1 on the scariest animatronics list. We can't imagine coming face to face with this Pennywise. It is leading the nightmare fuel tier, and we just hope that he stays there. That's all for today. Did you enjoy it? If you have any suggestions, leave them in the comments. And if you have complaints, send them to our friend Pennywise. He'll be happy to address them. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a like. They are free and help our channel reach more viewers. As always, thank you so much for tuning in. And remember, I always quack back.
I always quack back.
Tired of the same old normal
That was
questions?
loud.
Do you feel like you're missing something abandoned in your life? Well, look no further. This U2's abandoned animatronic plushie is for sale as of this moment. This fantastic animatronic plushie can be yours if you want it. Just go to youtubes.com and search for Fast Pass Facts, and you can take this adorable abandoned animatronic duck home. But you better act fast. These little guys are only available for pre-order for the next 3 weeks. And they're limited edition. So once they're gone forever.
Okay, I
Don't miss out
gotta.
on the opportunity of owning your own abandoned animatronic and get yours today. Ghost children and quirkiness not included.
Very cute plushie. But how about we get back to the video? Let's take a look at these creepy and abandoned animatronics.
Country Critter Jamboree. The story is both fascinating and a bit eerie. It includes elements of mystery, vandalism, and the unexpected discovery of abandoned animatronics on a remote hilltop. But first, let's get to know these animatronics. Before diving in, we want to thank Pizzatronic for their invaluable research, Courtney Ford Hurst and Urbix Muse for the incredible footage, Wizzy, and lastly, Richard VG, who was the technician for these animatronics back in the 80s. All their links are in the description. The 80s and 90s were the golden age of animatronics, with
Let's
memorable
see.
creations in movies
I
and
need to
iconic
play.
animatronic bands like Chuck E. Cheese and Showbiz Pizza's Rockfire Explosion. During this time, other companies also emerged, including Creative Presentations, founded in 1980 by Gene Buller. This company created various shows, such as Apology, Bob Wire and the Boys, and Patty and Mortimer. They also made animatronics of well-known characters like the Looney Tunes, and even an animatronic for Little Caesars. But one of their most iconic bands was the Country Critter Jamboree. The Country Critter Jamboree started as the Country Critter Review, but later expanded. The band featured 10 animatronics inspired
What
by
do you mean an
Disney's Country Bear
animatronic for
Jamboree.
Little
The
Caesars?
lineup
Little
included
Caesars
Bob Wire
doesn't
the
have a.
Coyote, Tommy Trail Dust the Steer, Lester the Mule, Trail Dust Chicken Butch, Oakley and Yancey, known as the Boys, Wild Bill Hiccup the Chimpanzee Sheriff, Barely Manilow, a pun on Barry Manilow, and Dolly Parker, in honor of Dolly Parton. This band was well known in its two locations, Tommy Bartlett's Robot World and Ghost Town Village in Maggie Valley, North Carolina. Originally known as Ghost Town in the Sky, this amusement park was themed around the Old West and uniquely located atop a mountain. It thrived in the 60s and 70s, but was sold to National Services in 1973, marking the beginning of its decline. The park faced management and maintenance issues, with rides frequently breaking down. Attendance dropped each year, and in 2002, an incident with the chairlift left guests stranded for hours, which was the last straw. The park closed and was completely abandoned, animatronics included. Although there were attempts to revive it over the years, the park remains in a legal limbo. Urban explorers have ventured into this abandoned park, and in 2022, several videos surfaced, including those by Urbix Muse and Courtney Ford Hurst. These videos revealed that the animatronics were still there, albeit in terrible condition. Urbix Muse's video showed that most animatronics were almost intact, including Barely, Dolly, Wild Bill Hiccup, Tommy Trail Dust, and Lester. Bob Wire's animatronic was found in bags. The area was abandoned, but not in terrible shape. A few months later, in Courtney Ford Hurst's footage, the animatronics had been moved and severely damaged. Barely was completely missing. It was shocking to see how quickly the animatronics deteriorated in just 5 months. To make matters worse, a former Pineville Chuck E. Cheese employee reportedly entered the park, decapitated the animatronics, and stole some of their heads and bodies. The remaining animatronics were left headless. Recent videos show that the animatronics are no longer in the park. It's a shame they weren't auctioned off before meeting such a fate. However, there is a silver lining. Two of the characters, Lester and Bob Wire, probably from Tommy Bartlett's Robot World, were recently auctioned and repaired by a collector. This is the sad but intriguing story of the Country Critter Jamboree animatronics. Despite their grim fate, there's hope that these beloved characters will find new homes and be preserved for future generations to enjoy. The Flintstones Trio, Bedrock City. This is another example of people not following urban exploration's motto, leave only footsteps, take only pictures. This abandoned park fell victim to people who did not know how to respect these abandoned places and decided to vandalize these abandoned animatronics. We're talking about Bedrock City. Bedrock City was a 62-acre theme park and campground that opened in 1966 in Custer, South Dakota. The park had several shops and attractions. At the entrance, you would see a large gift shop, a drive-in restaurant which featured Toronto burgers, and a 20-foot tall statue of Dino. There was also an 1880s miniature train that took guests to a western facade, through Dinosaur Canyon, around the park, and returned to the depot, after passing through a volcano called Mount St. Wilma. Bedrock City Hall welcomed visitors to the prehistoric town, which included the home of the Flintstones, the Rubbles, Mr. Slate, and Mr. Graniteville. They also had a working movie cinema, the Water Buffalo Lodge, a police department, beauty parlor, and everything else you would actually find at Bedrock. You could see some sculptured and even real characters going about their lives at Bedrock. And at the end of Main Street was Mount Walkmore, a replica of nearby Mount Rushmore, with the heads of Fred, Barney, Dino, and Mr. Graniteville carved into a hill. It was a very cool place. But what brings us to Bedrock City today? The answer can be found in the Playhouse Theater. You see, when you enter this attraction, you can find an animatronic band playing. Now, which band? Well, that depends on when you were visiting. From the time it opened until 1996, if you were to visit this attraction, you would find the Wildlife Trio. This animatronic band had a bear playing the guitar, a bird moving its head from side to side, and a pink creature on the keyboard. We have no idea what animal this is, so if you can figure it out, let us know in the comments. This band was created by the Fantastic Sally Corporation, but in 1996, they decided that they would build an even better animatronic band for this park, and so they created the Flintstones Trio Animatronic Band. As you can see, the character placements are similar to the Wildlife Trio, but these animatronics are so much better. We see Fred with the guitar, Wilma on the keyboards, and Dino playing the xylophone between them. The animatronics might not be the most advanced, but they are still fantastic for an animatronic band. Seeing them sing and play their instruments is absolutely amazing, and people love seeing this attraction and the characters come to life in this particular way. But time passed, and sadly, the park closed 50 years after it opened. In 2015, the 6 owners made the decision to move into new chapters of their life. It also didn't help that they couldn't come to an agreement with Warner over some changes. It was too expensive for the repairs and changes that Warner Bros. Wanted, so they ended up closing it. The park was put on sale and was purchased by Custer Hospitality, but it remained completely abandoned for a while. During this time, many urban explorers visited the park and were able to film how the park looked abandoned. Sculptures were missing, and many places have been vandalized. It's very sad to see such a loved place become this sad and abandoned. The worst part of all were the abandoned Flintstones Trio. This animatronic band remained at the Playhouse Theater to rot, and sadly, people vandalized the band. They took Fred's clothes and damaged the animatronics so much that they even ripped Wilma's face off, and Dino looked straight out of our worst nightmares. Also, many of the pieces were stolen. The park was then demolished in 2019, and it became the Buffalo Ridge Campground Resort. But you can still see a couple of the dinosaurs at the new campground, taking us right back into Bedrock City. Wonderland Eurasia Animatronics. This story is infuriating, involving corruption, waste, environmental destruction, and abandonment. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to 2019, when Turkey's president inaugurated Wonderland Eurasia, also known as Ankara. This park was advertised as the largest theme park in Europe and a symbol of national pride. Unfortunately, the reality turned out to be quite the opposite. The park opened, covering 1.3 million square meters, and it featured 26 roller coasters made by renowned companies like Intamin, Zamperla, and Zerur. Smaller rides, majestic fountains, gigantic statues, and best of all, numerous animatronics. Dinosaurs, dolls, robots, aliens, and many more. The park was expected to have about 5 million visitors annually, costing a staggering $801 million. This all sounds amazing, but sadly, from the beginning, the theme park seemed destined for failure. Built on the Atatürk Forest Farm, a forested and rural area, The park was surrounded by corruption scandals and faced backlash for the eco side of the forested area. The park had several fantastic areas, and one of the most popular was Dinosaur Jungle, mainly due to the fact that it was home to a 70-meter animatronic dinosaur, one of the largest of its kind, among other dinosaurs. The park also featured a Small World-like ride with several bootleg animatronics and figures from Disney movies, Alien, and even Transformers. All the issues we mentioned came to a head when the park opened. After just 2 days, the first malfunctions occurred, and many attractions were unfinished and off-limits, leading to the park having an initial bad reputation. The most significant malfunction involved one of the roller coasters, which had to be shut down due to safety concerns. And this incident, along with other malfunctions, quickly tarnished the park's reputation. Not only that, but within a year, the park struggled to pay basic expenses like electricity and wages, leading to its closure in February 2020. And the park, among all the attractions and animatronics, was abandoned. Thanks to urban explorers like Explomo and Kolikin Motovlog, who you should go and subscribe to, we got a glimpse of the abandoned animatronics. The sight is disheartening. Animatronics and props in pieces and completely destroyed. Seeing so many abandoned and destroyed dinosaur animatronics piled up is incredibly sad. One of the most terrifying sights is a decapitated animatronic impaled as a warning of what's inside. A graveyard of animatronics, a disgrace. Inside of the park, the abandoned ride structures and the encroaching nature add to the eerie atmosphere. The gigantic dinosaur statues crumble. The Transformers area looks like a scene from The Last of Us. In the Jurassic Jungle area, once featuring a giant waterfall with a dinosaur head, is now a haunting relic. Urban explorer Explomo found the remains of animatronics and Flintstones mechanical rides in the darkness. Why are Flintstones rides always abandoned? The area looks like something out of FNAF's security breach, making you feel like the animatronic dinosaurs might attack you at any moment. Explomo also discovered maps, drinks still in a refrigerator, and the haunting sight of dinosaur figures amidst the wooden bridge and fake plants. The abandoned dinosaur figures are especially chilling, with one looking like its eye is glowing. This section of the park was enormous, with long-necked figures and even mammoths. It's truly heartbreaking to see how this park ended up. The park's closure led to a legal battle over ownership. In July 2022, a court ruling transferred ownership of Wonderland Eurasia to the Ankara Metropolitan Municipality. The park remains abandoned, a victim of vandalism, theft, and destruction. Its future is uncertain, with discussions ongoing about turning it into a green recreational area, which is ironic after all the problems they had with the ecocide. The bottom line is that the abandonment of this park can sadly be attributed to corruption, mismanagement, and a lack of thorough planning. And it's heartbreaking to see such a project with such potential end in such ways. Reginald J. Flutsnot. This is a very short story, but it is probably the saddest out of all in this video. We've talked about Aaron Fetcher in creative engineering before, but for those of you that don't know, Creative Engineering is a company created by Aaron Fector in the early 1980s. This company is most famous for creating animatronic bands, specifically the Rockfire Explosion, a 3-stage, life-sized, 8-character musical group. So during this time, creative engineering was flourishing and coming up with new ideas. And in 1983, they came up with their latest idea. This would be something that he called the Electronimation Excellence Show. According to Fector, this show would be the largest, most technical and creative animated show ever to be built in the history of animated character. This show would have 3 rotating stages that would bring it to a total of 9 stages in 90 feet of length, 25 full animated animatronics, and many special effects. And one of the characters for this show was Reginald J. Flutsnot. Reginald was a dragon that was chained to a metal ball. He was probably supposed to be playing the guitar in the band. A programming test was made where Reginald sang "Light My Fire" and puffed out smoke while singing. The character was built so that Creative Engineering could showcase this new show at the IAAPA convention of that year and present it to potential buyers. But here's where the story takes a sad turn. As far as we know, the IAAPA came and there was no buyers for this attraction. No one was interested and nobody knows why. So the attraction was canceled and sadly, Reginald J. Flutsnot went back to Creative Engineering's basement, and that's where he stayed, abandoning and deteriorating with each passing day. You can see how he's been damaged with the passage of time. There were other rumored characters built for this never-finished attraction, like this one that has been dubbed by fans the Shrek Bear, but no one knows what happened to them. This is a very sad story, and we would have loved to see this attraction be realized as Aaron Fechter had visualized it. Jaws animatronic, Universal Studios. Would you believe us if we told you that one of the most iconic ride animatronics was lost and abandoned in the most random place? Stay tuned to find out how this happened.
What do you mean that poor fox?
Made about the defunct Jaws ride, one question always comes up. What happened to the animatronics? You already know the history of the Jaws ride. If not, check out the video in the description. In short, it opened in 1990 with numerous issues and had to be almost completely rebuilt by Eastport International. When it finally reopened, it became a favorite until it was closed in 2012 to make way for Diagon Alley. When the ride closed, everyone was sad and wondered what would happen to the animatronics. But for a long time, no one knew. But today, we have the fate of several. When Jaws closed, many of the animatronics were auctioned off to various collectors. One was sold for $3,000, but then reappeared on eBay for $3,500. Someone bought it and disappeared from the site forever. However, one morning, a collector named John Ryan was visiting a property in Frederick, Maryland. The visit was going as usual until he saw something in the backyard near the pool that left him stunned. A shark sticking out of the gravel, being used as a decoration in terrible condition and completely abandoned. Ryan had a hunch that it might be one of the Jaws animatronics, but it didn't match the structure of the sharks from the movie, which were heavily damaged after production. So he did the obvious thing and asked the property owner about the shark's origins. The owner said he didn't know. It was there when he bought the house. Intrigued, Ryan decided to investigate and contacted Jaws memorabilia collector Chris Kiska. Here's where the story gets interesting. It turned out that the house belonged to Michael Hightower, a former VP Executive Project Director at Universal Parks and Resorts, who had acquired the shark and used it as a pool decoration. Ryan quickly made the connection, realizing it had to be one of the sharks created by Eastport International, the second company that made the sharks for the ride. So, Ryan and Chris compared photos, technical data, and specifications, and finally confirmed that it was indeed one of the Jaws ride sharks. It was further confirmed by Eric Carroll, who worked on those animatronics and immediately recognized it from the photos. This discovery happened in 2018, meaning the shark had been abandoned for 6 years as a mere decoration. But where is the shark today? This animatronic had a happy ending. It was restored by Ryan and his brother, and is now on display for anyone to see at the restaurant 494 Chicken in Staten Island. It's the centerpiece and part of the grand history of this iconic ride. But incredibly, this isn't the most interesting part of the story. According to many credible sources, one of the Jaws animatronics is reportedly buried in one of the fountains inside Universal Studios, which means it is eternally abandoned. Do you think this is the case, or is it just an urban legend?
Dentures versus Newby's permanent teeth, only 24 hours. Do you think you could break these?
Because you asked for it, here's another edition of Nightmare Fuel Submerged Animatronics and Props. Today, we're going to take a look at many examples, from huge rats taking a bath to the most terrifying submechanophobia creatures. But wait a minute. That's not a terrifying creature. That's me in my U2's plushie form. I guess after all the teasers, it's time to officially announce that I've become a plushie that you can take home thanks to U2's. Look how cute I look as a plushie. I've even got my signature hairstyle and exposed cables. It is great to know that you can take your own vault home and let everyone know that you now have an abandoned animatronic living with you. And this particular plushie is a limited edition. Get yourself one before they sell out, or before William Afton buys them all to have an abandoned animatronic army. Which sounds super scary, to be honest. This plushie is releasing next week on August 2nd at 12 p.m. PST, 3 p.m. EST, so mark your calendars. But if you want to be the first to say that you have your own vault, U2's is holding a giveaway right now, and it's so easy to enter. Here's what you need to do. Click the link in the description and it will take you to this page. Now all you gotta do is follow U2's on any of these platforms that you see here. Each click you do is a different entry, so you can have up to 4 entries for this giveaway. They will randomly choose 3 winners on the day of the release and email you for your shipping info. So good luck, Duck Squad. This is one of the most exciting collaborations that we've ever done, and we are so excited to be sharing it with you. Each plushie you buy is directly supporting us, so thank you so much, and enjoy having me home with you. I do not get that quirky at night.
The animals of the square, La Machine. La Machine is one of our favorite companies for mechanical creatures. We love the complexity and size of their creations, as well as their fantastic design. We have already covered some of these terrifying and incredible creatures in our video about giant animatronics, but today we'll talk about some more. This French company was founded in 1999 by Francois de la Rosière. La Machine specializes in creating the most monstrous and spectacular giant animatronic machines in the world. Composed of artists, technicians, and theater designers, the company focuses on crafting unusual theatrical objects for public spaces. Today, we're going to cover one of their most incredible installations, although it might provoke terror and a strange sensation for those who suffer from submechanophobia. We're talking about the exhibition, The Animals of the Square, in the city of La Roche-Guyon in France. This is an incredible free exhibition, and the best part is that it's interactive. The team at La Machine created 13 mechanical animals for this exhibition, which was part of the renovation of Napoleon Square. The presentation of the construction of this exhibition was impressive. The team brought excavators and an orchestra to the area in front of dozens of spectators. Suddenly, enormous boxes arrived from the sky, containing the giant animatronics. La Machine revealed their first machines, a giant crocodile and a huge fish. Later, the exhibition finally opened with an even more impressive presentation. The event began with cranes dancing. In the water, you could see the silhouettes of the mechanical animals in the darkness. Soon, the water began to fill with foam, thanks to dry ice. The most impressive part of this presentation was seeing the acrobats swim with the gigantic animatronics, like in the scene with the hippopotamus and the camel, or even worse, with the colossal crocodile that can swim and move around. The exhibition opened with 13 animals, including the incredible semi-submerged camel. At first, the camel is lying on the water, and then it stands up to simulate drinking water, with the chewing action in its jaw. You can also find a giant semi-submerged heron extending its enormous wings, as well as otters that swim and dive into the water, following a track, then emerge back to the surface. There are also mechanical frogs that jump from place to place, giant flamingos, and an owl, among others, like this giant fish. However, the animatronics that stand out the most are the gigantic hippopotamus and the crocodile. The most incredible thing about these is that they can be controlled from a platform outside the pond. There is a console with 5 joysticks and 2 buttons. This remote controls the giant animal, allowing you to take it out of the water, return it, and move its jaw and head. The hippopotamus is also a beautiful machine, as visitors can control it with a similar console and even submerge it completely. It's truly a marvel for animatronic fans. Our offer still stands. We are willing to make a full video about La Machine and their animatronics. Let us know in the comments.
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks unlimited possibilities. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience into a galaxy of adventures. And with super reliable internet speeds, you're always front row to the entertainment you love. Switch to Spectrum Internet today.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Get everything you need to go from launch to legendary. Bring your brand to life with easy to customize themes. Drag, drop, done. Start selling everywhere people shop, whether they're strolling or scrolling.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream.
And never leave a sale behind with the world's best converting checkout. So easy. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
The Bather by Oliver Voss. While in this video we can see some sculptures with deep meaning, we can also find others that are a bit more lighthearted and whimsical. A perfect example of this is The Bather, a huge and very imposing sculpture located in Hamburg. Imagine walking calmly along the street and suddenly spotting a giant human head had submerged in the lake, with feet sticking out as if the lake were a personal bathtub. This happened in August 2011 at the Inner Ulster Lake in Hamburg. German artist Oliver Voss created the sculpture for the British company Soap and Glory as a promotional piece to celebrate the art of bathing. This enormous sculpture measured 13 feet high and stretched 67 feet long. Made from steel and styrofoam, it weighed over 2 tons. The sculpture was displayed for only 10 days before being removed, generating mixed reactions. Some people found it wonderful, while others complained that it disrupted the tranquility of the lake. This image is undoubtedly a nightmare for many who suffer from both submechanophobia and megalophobia. It has been included in various compilations without context, but now you know its origins. If you enjoy learning about fascinating sculptures and their stories, don't forget to subscribe and give us a like. Enchanted Forest, Maryland. The Enchanted Forest was a theme park located in Ellicott City, Maryland. The park opened back in 1955, just 1 month after Disneyland's opening. This was a family park that was themed around nursery rhymes, so it featured several fairy tale buildings and characters, kind of like the fairy tale forest at Epcot. When the park opened, it did not feature any mechanical rides, but these types of track rides were added late, like the Alice in Wonderland ride with teacup-shaped cars, a Cinderella Castle ride with mice for the cars, the Little Toot Boat that took children to Mount Vesuvius for giant slides, and the Jungle and Safari, which was driven by open-land rover-type vehicles. And in these last rides is where we find several of the most submechanophobia-inducing examples in this list. Let's begin with the mildest one of these, the Little Toot Tugboat. This little ride was a boat ride that took children to Mount Vesuvius for giant slides, but since it opened, it had a pretty classic, creepy appearance. But moving on to the scariest of these, the animals from the Jungle and Safari attraction. This was a jungle-themed attraction, which was driven by open-land rover-type vehicles. In this attraction, you could see several animals and some huts, but the most terrifying of all were these submerged creatures. This mixture between a hippo and a crocodile is particularly scary because you can't really understand what type of animal it is. And the actual hippos emerging from the water are terrifying. Just look at those eyes. What's more frightening about all of these is that the park was permanently shuttered in 1995, and it remained abandoned for a long time. But in 2004, the owner of the land, Kimco Realty Group, agreed in 2004 to allow most of the fairy tale structures and figures to be moved to the nearby Clark Elio Farm for display and preservation. Moving and restoration began in 2005. Contributions were still being welcomed in 2011, although many of the exhibits had been restored and returned to service at the farm. One of these was Little Toot, who arrived in 2006 and was restored in 2007. This park meant a lot for many people who visited it frequently in their childhoods, so it's great to know that even though it was abandoned for a while, someone decided to try to save most of it and restore it for future generations. The Ferryman's End. The ferryman's craft lies dead in the water. Unable to move, he can no longer reach the other shore and touch it. Unable to touch, he cannot become real, identified, and fully energized, hence joyful. Unmoving, he sinks and dies. These considerations. The Ferryman's End. The ferryman's craft lies dead in the water. Unable to move, he can no longer reach the other shore and touch it. Unable to touch, he cannot become real, identified, and fully energized. Hence, joyful. Unmoving, he sinks and dies. These haunting words are inscribed on a sign, and nearby, we find a chilling granite sculpture of a man, worn and partially submerged in a murky green swamp. This sculpture is part of a huge private garden called Victoria's Way, located near Roundwood, County Wicklow, Ireland. This garden was created by Victor Langham, who designed this beautiful 22-acre space as a contemplative area for individuals between the ages of 28 to 60. It's intended as a place for midlife self-assessment and self-reorientation. Victoria's Way features numerous sculptures inspired by Hindu culture, including the enigmatic split man, symbolizing the mental state of a dysfunctional human. This collection of 14 statues representing the spiritual journey toward enlightenment took 20 years to complete. Most of the statues are crafted from black granite and stand between 1.5 meters and 4.9 meters tall. The reason we're discussing this garden today is because of the death of the ferryman sculpture found in the forest sculptures section. Each sculpture in this area represents various states of human life, according to Buddhist philosophy. Now, submechanophobia is not limited to animatronics, and this sculpture has definitely earned itself a spot on this list. The sculpture of the Ferryman's End is a metaphor for the individual who is losing touch with the real world, both personally and generally. According to Victor Langham, the sense of realness and the release of energy resulting from the fusion of this with that, or the contact between differences, occurs as an after effect of connectivity. Loss of connectivity leads to feelings of unreality and energy loss, experienced as depression, which in turn results in the fading of identity and self-meaning, and increased unhappiness, signaling the individual's failure or decline. It's very interesting to see the meaning behind this sculpture because it's important to understand that these images are much more than memes or part of a fear-inducing video compilation. They are profound works of art with a pretty significant meaning behind them. What does this sculpture make you feel?
We're gonna see how long it takes for us to hit all 200 plus destinations where you get data with unlimited plus from Google Fi Wireless.
Let's do this. I'm thinking Italy.
Italy?
It is.
Oh my gosh! We need you!
Come on, come on.
Philippines!
Let's see where you go.
Yes!
We got Australia! Hooray!
Smashing it.
Well, we did it.
And it only took 2 hours. Dang, that's a lot of places.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 hand-picked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI, from a trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before, because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI-paired software that we built so much that they've been paying me to build people just like you complete beginners a completely free store. Now, again, it's free for you, right? Shopify is paying me a commission to do it. And if you don't keep your store for more than 90 days, I don't even get paid. But your store is still free, right? And after 90 days, it's still your store. I don't own a percentage of the store. I don't control the store. It's yours. You can delete products from it, add new products to it, all that good stuff. It's your store, okay? Not only that, I'm going to give you my courses completely free.
Hippo, Jumanji the Adventure. Gardaland is one of the top 10 best theme parks in all of Europe. The park was founded back in 1975, and it currently features 8 roller coasters, 3 water rides, 3 dark rides, and some strongly themed family attractions. And out of its dark rides, 2 of them have what many of us think are huge submechanophobia nightmares. The first of these we've talked about several times before, and many of you know it already, the sea monster in the E Corsari boat ride. If you don't know it, check out our other Submechanophobia videos. But the second one is found in one of the park's most recent rides. Back in 2021, the park announced that they would be bringing a new dark ride inspired by the new Jumanji films. The ride would be called Jumanji: The Adventure, and they promised that the ride would be a dark ride full of innovative effects. Construction began in October of that same year, and on April 9th, 2022, the ride opened on the site of the former attraction, Ramses The Awakening. It is the first ride themed after the Jumanji franchise in the world. This ride is absolutely fantastic. It takes us into a dangerous jungle full of animatronic animals and scary and huge stone giants. It combines physical sets with screens in a great way, and it has several fantastic animatronics like the stone giant, who we want to cover in another video. Guests initially enter an archaeological excavation site, but during a pre-show, they get sucked into the video game of Jumanji, after which they end up in a jungle environment. They are asked to guard a sacred jewel and transport it through the world of Jumanji, making for a wild ride. It also has a terrifying scene where you get attacked by spiders, which we covered in our Arachnophobia video if you want to check it out. But today, we're focusing on Submechanophobia, and this time, we're looking at a pretty scary scene with a hippo. After you enter the jungle, your jeep begins going through many turns, and in one of them, we come face to face with the hippo, who jumps out of a pond to attack us. This scene is terrifying because we're in complete darkness, except for some thunder that matches with the hippo attack. Not only that, but you are able to see the hippo's mechanisms emerge from the ground where he is hidden, which many people with this fear agree makes this type of animatronic even more terrifying. There's water splashing and a small waterfall behind the animatronic, but thankfully our jeep turns quickly, and we're on to the next danger in the ride. This ride is fantastic, and we would love to be able to experience it someday. Basilisk, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. This animatronic is not completely submerged, but it is talked about very frequently in the Submechanophobia community. So, let's take a look. Many of us love seeing practical effects in films, and the Basilisk in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was one of them. Creating this monster the right way was very important, because this creature is known for being one of the most terrifying in the wizarding world. The Serpent of Slytherin was designed by Robert Bliss, who based it on a Burmese python and implemented characteristics of other reptiles, resulting in the Basilisk taking on a more dragon-like appearance. The original intention was to bring the Basilisk to the screen as a fully digital creation, but Nick Dugman, the creature effects supervisor, suggested that they should build a full Basilisk animatronic puppet, because a full sculpture was needed to mold the shed skin out of it eventually. So, following this new direction, the crew would need to sculpt the Basilisk's head and neck. It was molded to obtain both the skins for the full-size puppets and the shed skin found early on in the chamber scenes. Now, the main Basilisk puppet was an animatronic. This animatronic employed aquatronics, hydraulic systems that function with water, allowing for smoother, gross movements. So the animatronics had a fluid range of head and neck movement. The head was fully operational, with a jaw-opening mechanism and moving eyelids, nostrils, and tongue. Its fangs were cable-controlled and could retract as its mouth closed and move forward as it opened. The Basilisk was mounted on a rig that allowed the creature to be raised and lowered, and also mounted on tracks that helped the creature slither up and get close to Daniel Radcliffe for fighting scenes. In the end, the animatronic was used 10 times more than they ever thought they would. Of course, not everything can be made using practical effects. In this case, the practical Basilisk was intercut with the digital version. Also, there was another practical version made for the film. After the Basilisk's death, its corpse is seen lying on the floor of the chamber. This was just a dummy. The skin was molded in foam latex and polyurethane. And to top it off, the Basilisk skeleton makes a cameo in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2, for which the team created an 8-foot-long, full-size model of the Basilisk skull and neck vertebrae. In this case, we got the best of both worlds. Having practical effects and visual effects make a perfect combination. Orca Animatronic, Kelly Tarleton's Sea Life Aquarium. In New Zealand, there was a unique ride that combined real animals, fictitious scenarios, and animated props. This defunct ride was located at Kelly Tarleton's Sea Life Aquarium, one of the most renowned aquariums in the region, featuring hundreds of exhibits with turtles, sharks, manta rays, and penguins. The ride, called Arctic Encounter, took guests through tunnels filled with optical snow effects, leading to a large tank where visitors could observe penguins swimming and relaxing on the surface. After the serene experience, the ride moved to the Antarctic zone. Designed unexpected appearance of the orca caused many to be terrified of this creature. The depth of the pond added to the unsettling effect, and the fact that the orca is eating a seal does not help. It actually makes it even more imposing and scary. Not only that, but seeing it emerge shows us how she's eating the seal and then goes back into the water. It's terrifying. But even if it is terrifying for many, no one can deny that it is such an impressive sight. Here's a question for you. If you were given $1,000, would you swim for 5 minutes with that creature? This attraction closed in 2012 to provide a larger space for the penguins and improve the facilities. While it's sad to lose this animated prop, it's always good to know that it was for the benefit of the animals.
I work best as a one-man operation, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about getting my taxes right. H&R Block lets me save money by doing it myself without missing any.
Bon Bon Land. Giant rat. Bon Bon Land is a familiar topic on this channel. This bizarre theme park is located near Copenhagen in Denmark, and is the 4th largest amusement park in the country. Bon Bon Land began as a candy factory, known for its weird and audacious candy names like Seagull Droppings, Large Foods, Pea Diapers, Earwax, and Hundeprutter, aka Dog Fart. Surprisingly, these quirky names were a massive hit with kids. The factory was asked by several people over the years for tours, but it was not possible because strict hygiene laws prevented this. So, the owner Michael Spang had a great idea, and he decided to expand and create a theme park where the rides would be just as bizarre as their candy names. One of these rides is the flume ride called Vandrogen, or Water Rat. This ride features a rat that loves dirty water, and it takes riders through sewers designed by this character. The ride is filled with curious and strange props, including spiders, worms, and of course, the stars of the show, rats. Early in the ride, you'll find the gigantic prop that we're highlighting here. As your boat exits a pipe, you're greeted by a bizarre scene, a rat bathing in sewer water. The design is quite peculiar, and right next to it, another rat is squeezing out a rat. These sculptures create a feeling of filth, which is surprisingly the attraction's goal. One of the grossest details on this ride appears just before the final drop. You'll get to see the park's mascot, a dog named Henry Hundeprutt, attempting to pee on you from the ceiling. That's definitely not something you would find on an average theme park. While this ride might not trigger submechanophobia in all of you, it will undoubtedly gross you out. Sadly, this rat is not there anymore, but it will live on in the memories of the people who were able to see it, and we hope it comes back someday. Animatronic Dragon, Excalibur Hotel. This submechanophobic nightmare is an animatronic dragon that used to be a part of the Merlin show at the Excalibur Hotel in Las Vegas. But one day, the performance closed, never to open again. The Excalibur Hotel opened in 1990, and the purpose of the hotel was to provide its visitors with the experience of being transported back in time to the days of knights, fair maidens, jousting, and feasting. They did this with different techniques, but the best of these was having special shows and entertainment. But it was in 1993 when their main attraction debuted, a new show, which would be an epic battle between Merlin and a dragon. And the best part of it was that it would feature animatronics. The perfect company to work with these animatronics would be AVG Productions, who had previously worked on the Tex Critter Band and many other impressive projects. The AVG team created a gigantic 71-feet dragon. It took 9 months and numerous clay and foam prototypes to develop a suitably convincing and scary opponent for the cunning wizard. Once they did, they gave it glowing yellow eyeballs, hand-painted scales, and a crimson red grimace. The dragon was made to be maneuverable, and even included a removable rubber neck in case it swallowed something by accident, like a fallen hat or camera. From the vantage point of the drawbridge, they saw the 71-foot animatronic fire-breathing dragon wage battle against Merlin, who defended the castle by shooting a series of fireballs at the scaly piece, who eventually slunk off back to its lair. The audience gave this show a standing ovation, and it was a must-see when visiting Excalibur. But over time, the animatronics mechanisms wore out, and the show got worse and worse, to the point where it was once considered the worst attraction show in Las Vegas. So it was decided that the show would close. Many believe that poor reviews led to the show's cancellation in 2001, although, in fact, the attraction's high operating costs were the real reason it was shut down. And as a result, the animatronics were left abandoned to rust. People eventually forgot about these animatronics, but after a few years, legends began to emerge of their fate. Nobody knew for sure what had happened to them, but one of the the most widely accepted theories was that the dragon was still abandoned and submerged in the moat. In 2010, a photograph surfaced that added fuel to the mystery, confirming that the dragon remained abandoned. But no one could confirm it because access to the moat was restricted, until YouTuber Freddy Trapp went to the Excalibur and discovered that the moat was entirely empty. But suddenly, he saw a huge machine in disrepair, like something out of a mechatronic nightmare. This machine was the dragon. The dragon is in a decrepit state and entirely deteriorated. This does not imply that with maintenance it might not recover, but at the moment it looks terrible. But the silver lining is that the Merlin animatronic is still housed in the shack. From what witnesses have said, though, the animatronic is thankfully in better shape than the dragon, despite missing its head.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get the Unlimited Plus phone plan, with extra perks like 6 months of YouTube Premium on us. You can stay connected on the go with international data in 200 plus destinations and high-speed hotspot tethering. Plus, full connectivity for select smartwatches. It's all included with your phone plan at just $110 per month for 2 lines. Switch to Unlimited Plus from Google Fi Wireless.
Ever since Gamora was a little girl, she had her sights set on the sky, and Spectrum Internet brought the sky to her fingertips. As Gamora grew, her dreams grew with her, evolving and elevating with unlimited connectivity made possible by Spectrum Internet. Switch to Spectrum Internet Premier for just $30 a month with a 3-year price guarantee. Visit Spectrum.com. The sky was never the limit for Gamora. Let your dreams take flight and live life unlimited.
Ogopogo animatronic, Mishi. We've talked about Ogopogo in our previous videos, but if you don't know this creature well, we'll tell you about it again. According to Canadian folklore, the Ogopogo is a creature that lives in Okanagan Lake in British Columbia. This creature has been compared to the Loch Ness Monster, and of course, just as Nessie, to a plesiosaur. The legend of Ogopogo began being commercialized until it naturally ended up inspiring a film. This film was Mishi. Written by Canadian scriptwriter Barry Authors, this film was created as a showcase for Canadian talent and storytelling, and a cross between Free Willy and E.T. It tells the story of a boy whose vacation is canceled because his father has to go on an emergency salvage mission to a Canadian lake. He discovers that the lake is known as the home of a mythical creature, and so he makes it his mission to prove that there's more to the myth than just legend. The movie is beautiful, and if you have a chance to watch it, you should. But one of the best parts of this movie is that the creature was not done 100% by CGI. So an animatronic was created for some of the scenes. And even better, this animatronic was created by the famous Jim Henson's Creature Shop. They sculpted a huge 40-foot-long section of Mishi for animatronic effects. But sadly, the project fell into financial difficulties and was put on hold. And during that time, such leaps were made in water effects and CGI that it was decided that all the full-body effects would be better achieved this way. So eventually,
world or new world?
I'm still in the cave underwater. Yeah, same world.
Okay. That means I have a lot of gravel to pick up.
You and the gravel. Okay, then I'm gonna take one of these. I'm going
So glad that that headache is gone, but now I have a new battle. Just rewatching The Voice, or at least like getting through it all. Are you streaming still?
Yeah. And I'm about to go do something stupid.
Did you hear me?
That you need to watch The Voice.
I was saying, are you streaming still?
Yeah. What do you mean fix my mic? Better?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm still streaming. doing dangerous things in the nether. I'm sorry.
I'm digging out, right? And you know what I find? More fucking gravel.
band probably isn't helping with your migraine.
You have bamboo by your entrance, right?
Yep.
Thankfully, it's tall enough I can see from a mile away.
Done something dangerous and stupid.
What'd you do?
Holy shit, I almost killed myself. Okay. I almost fell into lava. After falling from a high place. That would have been an instant kill. Oh my goodness. I'm saying is the grocery you went shopping for better have medicine in it. Bad. Naughty. I'll just tie you up and spank you. And then cuddle you and hold you. That's the chest in the house, Missy. Yeah, huh?
If you wanna come cave exploring, I'm in like this really, really big cave system.
Why are you beating me now? Stop it. Stop. I told you I was doing something stupid.
Seems like you need an elytra.
Don't! Stop! Oh my god. So, did you see I finished the railway to the village? Did you see that? go put these mine carts over by the village.
Okay, words are hard.
Words are hard.
Are you a pirate?
Did you just ask if I was hiring?
No, if you were a pirate. You just said
No.
R and nothing else after.
Why is my mic being weird for you? I said words are hard.
I just heard R. That was it.
No, I said words are hard.
This gravel pit is literally never ending. I've probably gone through 10 iron shovels at this point.
Why are you wasting iron?
It's iron that I found. What do you mean? I'm not taking a single thing from your chest. And iron isn't a finite resource. You have a golem farm.
I would beat you so hard. If you made 13 diamond shovels, I would... Yeah. I am saying it on stream. My mic is connected to the stream. Yes, I am saying it on stream. Kate is publicly. Native 1 cool points. They go, I heard nothing. They go, I heard nothing.
Yeah, you missed it when she absolutely murdered 2 villagers earlier. said, yeah, I locked them in their homes and they broke out, so I had to kill them.
No!
I was flabbergasted.
No.
No?
No.
That's not what happened?
They weren't even a part of said village. They were total strangers that weren't even part of the village. I have all the villagers.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I have all the villagers trapped inside of homes. Every single villager is trapped in homes. Every single home is filled and occupied with villagers. There is no villager escaped. So there were 2 random villagers that spawned out of nowhere in the middle of the night. It was scary. It was creepy. It was not normal. So yes, I murdered the fuck out of them.
See, we got a confession on tape, just like we planned.
They didn't belong. Clip it and ship it.
Clip it, chat. Come on. thought this was supposed to be the land of the free.
No, it's not the land of the free.
This is not my Christian Minecraft server.
No, it's not.
So are you mad that I'm wasting a lot of shovels on iron? Should I just go find diamond? There's still more gravel to clean up.
Netherite hose, actually. God damn it.
Never have I hose. Just keep inventory on.
No. No, it is not. This world doesn't have cheats.
Are you busy with your train track?
No.
You said you finished it. Are you busy currently?
I am on my way home.
Do you know where I am?
No. What are you having for dinner? would eat the T-bone. I can't have the stuffed jalapeno. I can't have the stuffed jalapeno.
Are you allergic to jalapeno?
I'm allergic to peppers. They'll close my throat.
That's not good.
Which sucks because I love jalapenos.
Not anymore.
It sucks because one day at school, we were in a cooking class and we made a salad. And we had put peppers in it. And the instant I ate it, I cannot breathe anymore. It being at school, it was scary. And I am home.
Do you want to see the grapple destruction?
I'm scared
Why?
to see what you have done.
It's not that bad. Promise.
Sure.
Just post the coordinates in chat. Once you are right, like up there, there'll be a staircase down.
Y'all both are in that direction. What's with the giant diorite marker?
I just made that so I can get back here. Come on, Dad.
Giant diorite. Oh.
Trust me, I hate diorite. I'm not a fan. It was just the material I had on hand.
I mean, diorite's okay. I like the when it's polished. That's what the inside of the base is polished diorite. That's
Okay, so this whole area, probably not up there and there, full of gravel. So you can keep coming down here. All of this is gravel. Pretty much every air block here was gravel. And there's still more.
ouch.
But this was all gravel. There's a full chest up there with gravel.
Jeez.
And I'm still going. I want every speck off my screen. Then I can do something else.
Hey, look, there's iron.
Yeah, it's been uncovered. Most of these ores have been uncovered from the gravel.
Let's see if I can get out of here. I forgot where the entrance was.
Look for a piece of wood.
Oh, I'm out.
Gravel just keeps going. I can't stop until it's gone. I could block it off, but I don't think my heart would be satisfied. But if you think we have enough gravel, I can stop.
I'm sure we have enough gravel.
Sure?
Yeah, I'm...
It's just one chest.
Yeah? know exactly what else to do right now. I know I need to go to the Nether and get Nether wart somehow. But I don't know where Fortress is. You okay there?
only the full-sized head and neck for a few animatronic and camera shots. The original maquette was scanned and used to build Mishi for CGI animation. This creature was modeled after the late US actor Walter Matthau. And while we find the creature to be very cute in the film, seeing shots like this with the animatronic popping its head out of the water can send a shiver down the spine of many of us. We would be terrified to be this kid, having to swim and even climb on this animatronic while being in water.
Hope you enjoyed the video. That's all for today. See you next week.
Hi, I'm Nubius Permanency. And I'm Ventures.
This is one of the most spine-chilling animatronics we've ever covered, and because spooky season is kicking off, we have a special video for you. Today, we're recapping the 13 scariest and most Halloween-themed moments from all our videos. This season, we have 13 special videos planned, and we're starting with this eerie recap. Let's dive in with one of the creepiest props ever created.
This animated prop is perhaps the most coveted among fans in the community, often fetching prices of up to $3,000 on eBay. Spasm made its debut in 2005. This prop runs on batteries and features a sensor that, when activated, causes the grotesque figure to tremble uncontrollably. While this figure doesn't have a specific Spirit Halloween lore, it has an intriguing story that actually contributed to its popularity. There's a well-known creepypasta, possibly one of the most popular ones, called The Russian Sleep Experiment. It's often shared with a terrifying image that reveals they used the Spasm animated prop to create it. This association has undoubtedly contributed to the infamy and popularity of this prop.
Next, we're diving into one of the most chilling and heartbreaking stories we've ever covered.
Rosie the Shark. This is undoubtedly the saddest story on this list, and it may not involve a prop or animatronic, but you requested that tribute be paid to Rosie, so here we go. Rosie's story dates back to 1997, when, in her quest for tuna, Rosie was caught in a net and had to be sacrificed as she couldn't be safely released. Rosie was in almost perfect condition at the time of her death, so they decided to put her through a taxidermy process in 1998. Wildlife Wonderland acquired Rosie for their zoo, where she was to be on display. However, the Australian government had a report of a missing person in the area, so they investigated to see if Rosie had any human remains. Rosie tested negative in the autopsy, and finally arrived at Wildlife Wonderland, where she stayed until 2012. In 2013, Wildlife Wonderland closed its doors and transferred all its animals, but Rosie was left abandoned in a tank filled with formaldehyde. The sight of the abandoned shark was horrifying. For years, the park remained abandoned, and vandalism destroyed the top of the tank containing Rosie. After thousands of online petitions to rescue Rosie, Tom Capitani took ownership of Rosie in 2019. It required a massive effort to dispose of the contaminated formaldehyde before she could be moved safely. With a significant group effort from the current landowner and Membreys Crane Hire, Rosie the Shark was lifted out of the abandoned wildlife park and on her way to her new home at Crystal World. Rosie is now at her forever home at Crystal World Exhibition Center, where she is being restored and will soon be on permanent display as work is underway to expand the building, creating a space for the Rosie the Shark exhibition area. At least this story had a somewhat happy ending.
Now we're going to dive into a story that the internet infamously turned into something terrifying, but the other truth is far from that.
In the dim-lit background of a room, an android named Tara begins to sing, her voice eerily harmonizing with the ambient sounds. Her surreal appearance and haunting melody set the tone for one of the most puzzling viral sensations of the 2010s, the I Feel Fantastic video on YouTube. But where did she come from? Who was behind this digital enigma? Let's rewind. Tara first emerged into the public eye through a Vsauce video titled Why Are Things Creepy?, which instantly grabbed the attention of a fascinated audience, all eager to decode this mysterious video's origins. As curiosity grew, whispers of an elusive 15-minute extended video of Tara began circulating. But this footage seemed to have vanished from the internet. The trail of breadcrumbs led to one name, John Bergeron. an android enthusiast with an evident penchant for the mysterious. Bergeron was the genius behind Terra's creation. As investigations deepened, a rare DVD surfaced, revealing even more haunting visuals of Terra, leaving viewers both captivated and terrified. However, as is often the case with enigmatic internet legends, darkness lurked on the fringes. A chilling myth arose that Bergeron was a serial killer, and Terra's performances were an eerie celebration of his heinous act. The theory even went so far as to suggest that the clothes Terra wore belonged to his victims. The internet, with its voracious appetite for sensationalism, lapped up the rumors, and soon, many began to perceive Terra's melody as a cryptic message or warning. But truth has a way of emerging from shadows. Thorough investigations and rigorous fact-checking debunked the claims. Online detectives found no evidence linking Bergeron to any crimes. Instead, it became clear that these wild speculations had distracted from the genuine artistry behind Terra's creation. Bergeron, more than just an animatronic lover, was a visionary and a musician. His intention with Terra was to entertain future generations, yet his creation took a dark detour into the realm of internet conspiracy, before finally being acknowledged for its artistic merit. In a melancholic turn, it's believed that Bergeron might never have witnessed the viral fame or controversial myths surrounding his creation. Rumors suggest that he passed away just before Terra took the internet by storm. He might have left the world believing his creations had faded into obscurity, never realizing that his artistic vision had become both an indelible and debated part of internet folklore. From the initial haunting notes sung by Terra, we journeyed through a tapestry of intrigue, myth, and discovery, only to find an artist's passion at its core.
Since we're talking about internet animatronics, our next one on the list is a meme that has terrified an entire country. So, let's talk about the Ayuwoki.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wire.
Amidst the dim aisles of a bustling store, a peculiar mask caught the attention of a visionary. Named the Wacko Jacko, this mask was destined for more than just Halloween shenanigans. It would soon embody an internet legend that whispered its name across forums and sent shivers down the spines of netizens, the Ayuwoki. The lore of the Ayuwoki is as intriguing as its creation, a play on the words, "Are you okay?" from the lyrics of Michael Jackson's hit, Smooth Criminal. The Ayuwoki became synonymous with late-night scares and internet myths. Stories painted it as a creature that lurked in the shadows, hauntingly mimicking Michael Jackson's voice, leaving behind a trail of eerie stories and creepypastas. In this vast world of internet myths, one man brought the Ayuwoki to tangible life, Thomas Messerschmidt. Already a respected name in the robotics world, Thomas headed organizations like the Riverside Robotics Society and penned insights on artificial intelligence for Servo magazine. But when his cousin, Thomas Rengstorff, approached him with an idea sparked by a horror story about
back. I'm back. I don't have anything for you, dog. I'm back, guys, but I'm eating a sandwich, so...
Michael J. Straight facilitated
animatronics, but it does include a grotesque sight for those who suffer from submechanophobia. We're talking
I'm
about
back, but I'm eating a sandwich.
By Disney. Before we begin with this one, it's important to point out that we're not talking about Castaway Cay or the abandoned Discovery Island in Bay Lake, which we've already covered in our first Abandoned by Disney video. Many people tend to confuse this island with both of these other islands that we mentioned before, but it's not either of them. Back in 1989, Premier Cruise Lines decided to look for an island to make it a unique destination for the Bahamas cruises. Back then, cruises didn't used to appeal to younger people and families, so Premier
Rush is bigger than his mouth.
I don't know what your problem is, but you need to solve it now.
Spend the day at Jazzland Theme Park when the fun is in full blast.
I gotta do that again!
Jazzland in New Orleans on I-10 at the I-510 exit is filled with thrills for the whole family. Serious rides, 30 incredible rides, and spectacular entertainment.
This is great!
Come for the thrills, stay for the fun at Jazzland. Open daily at 10 a.m.
Originally known as Jazzland, the Six Flags in New Orleans has stood abandoned for more than 15 years. This 147-acre park first opened in 2000. It was
You're not
operated
getting
for
it,
2
dog,
years
so
under the
stop.
name Jazzland by Alpha Smart Parks, but it was owned by a Spanish company called Parques Reunidos. In 2002, Six Flags purchased the lease for the park and rebranded it as the New Orleans branch of Six Flags. The park featured a myriad of rides, including an inverted roller coaster named Batman the Ride, which was relocated from a defunct park in Japan called the Thrill Valley. A Vekoma multiple looping roller coaster called the Jester, which had been sourced from the Texas branch of Six Flags, among many others. But the signature ride of the park was the Mega Zeth, yet another roller coaster. However, this roller coaster was unique in that it had a wooden roller coaster track built on a steel frame. This was done to prevent termite infestation, as well as help the ride withstand strong hurricane winds. The construction of this roller coaster provides a strange sense of foreboding, as not even 5 years after its opening, the park was demolished by Hurricane Katrina and had to close its doors. The park was thoroughly submerged, and in the aftermath of the hurricane, what was left was a wasteland. The park was left standing in nearly 7 feet of water, and all of its rides had suffered extensive wind and water damage. One of the only rides that was lucky enough to escape without too much damage due to its elevated platform and corrosion-resistant structure was the Batman ride. This ride was refurbished and relocated to the Six Flags in San Antonio, where it was unveiled as the Goliath. Unfortunately for the Megazeth, even the hurricane-resistant structure could not protect it from the damage due to long-term submersion in salt water. The park was declared to be a total effective loss, and Six Flags began talks with the New Orleans government to get out of its 75-year lease. In 2009, the lease with Six Flags was finally terminated because of their bankruptcy proceedings. It is currently under the ownership of the Industrial Development Board of New Orleans. With almost all of its equipment damaged and broken, a very spooky aura surrounds this park. Urban explorers, photographers, thrill seekers, and even just curious citizens often hop the fence to take a look around. It is also a popular location to shoot films. Be warned, however, that entering the park is illegal and may be considered trespassing. There have been many attempts to revamp the park over the years, but none of the ideas were implemented. In 2009, Nickelodeon suggested turning it into a Nickelodeon-themed park. In 2011, there were plans to construct a shopping center called Jazzland Outlet Mall. There were even talks of reopening this park under its original name, Jazzland. Finally, the decision was turned over to the mayor. As of May 2021, 2 proposals have been finalized for its redevelopment. One was Bayou Phoenix, which plans to build a water park, a hotel, sports complex, and travel center. Another was Kiernan West and Shield One, which plans to build an urban farm, education center, and transportation hubs. No matter who wins, one thing is very clear. The park will no longer exist as we know it.
Update. In October 2021, New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell announced Bayou Phoenix as the partner chosen to redevelop the site, and on August 15, 2023, the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority approved the Bayou Phoenix development proposal to move to the next phase. They will invest $500 million to build a complex with sports fields, water parks, hotels, restaurants, and shops.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get the Unlimited Plus phone plan with extra perks like 6 months of YouTube Premium on us. You can also stay connected on the go with international data.
This list wouldn't be complete without animatronic dinosaurs, and we're about to feature what we consider the most terrifying one ever created, due to its size, design, and the fact that it was partially submerged in some scenes. We're talking about the Spinosaurus from Jurassic Park 3.
Spinosaurus, Jurassic Park 3. We talked about how Legacy Effects was in charge of the practical effects for the Jurassic World movies. But where did Legacy Effects come from? Well, Legacy Effects was founded by Lindsay McGowan, Shane Mahan, John Rosenbrandt, and Alan Scott, who were all supervisors at Stan Winston Studios for over 20 years. The connection to all of this is that John Rosenbrandt, one of Legacy Effects' co-founders, also worked on another Jurassic Park movie. That's right. He supervised the project for Jurassic Park 3, specifically the Spinosaurus animatronic. To create this animatronic, the team took all the knowledge that they acquired with the construction of the T-Rex animatronics from the previous films and replicated them in this new animatronic. The process is very similar to the one we talked about in the Apatosaurus, but the difference is that because this animatronic is older, there were no 3D models or 3D scanners to help out for reference of the scale. And the size of this animatronic made its creation very challenging. The head alone was 6 feet. Not only that, but the animatronic had to be able to be submerged in water, so a special material had to be added to seal any type of opening that could let water through. Its head is made of graphite so that it can be resistant, and all the parts are welded to a mechanical substructure. The welding process has to be so strict that a specialized agency has to come to approve if everything is correctly welded. This animatronic was much larger than Rexy, and transporting it was quite a feat. The main door of the studio had to be removed so it could be taken out with the help of huge cranes. After this, the animatronic was installed on the set of Universal Studios in LA, in a particular track that allowed the animatronic to move.
Okay.
It is controlled thanks to a telemetry device, so every move that a puppeteer does is replicated in the animatronic. The major scene of this animatronic is when it fights the T-Rex. To create this scene, the team took one of the Jurassic Park Lost World animatronics, repaired him, and literally had the two animatronics fight to the death. And when we say literally, we mean literally. Since the production had planned to destroy the animatronics after the movie was filmed, they decided that it would be a good idea to have them fight each other until they were destroyed. The puppeteers were slamming the two animatronics into each other to get as much footage as they could. The team was a little on edge about it because they put a lot of time and work into the animatronics, but the producers and studio execs were having a great time watching this, rooting for either the T-Rex or the Spinosaur to win. In the end, the Spinosaurus knocked the head off of the T-Rex. The head collapsed, the neck tore open in the back, and hydraulic fluid shot out of it, almost like blood spurting. As for the Spinosaurus, we contacted Stan Winston Studios a while ago, and they confirmed that the animatronic had indeed been dismantled.
In this list, we're not including Bruce from Jaws, but we are going to feature the most realistic animatronic sharks ever created. Walter Conti's sharks from the movie Deep Blue Sea.
Deep Blue Sea, the 1999 thriller movie, was known for its realistic and terrifying shark attack scenes. One of the key elements that made these scenes so convincing was the use of animatronics.
Well, it's animatronics then.
The filmmakers chose to rely on animatronics rather than CGI to bring the sharks to life because they wanted to respect Steven Spielberg's method. Unlike in Jaws, where the animatronics had many issues, they designed their animatronics to be able to swim, chase, do close-ups, and attack without the water causing problems. This approach allowed them to capture real sharks' realistic movements and essence, making the scenes more terrifying. The animatronics used in this movie were remote controlled and could move their tails, gills, eyes, and jaws, just like real sharks. But the real challenge was to make these animatronics look as realistic and convincing as possible. So the team spent 8 months building them and studied videos of real sharks to capture their movements and essence. The team also knew that to make the animatronics more realistic, they had to rely on a mix of CGI and animatronics. The combination of animation techniques helped to instill fear in audiences. For those with submechanophobia, the animatronics in Deep Blue Sea would be particularly terrifying. The realistic movement and appearance of the animatronics, coupled with the fact that they are seen underwater, would trigger a huge fear response. The fact that the animatronics were used to depict dangerous sharks only adds to the fear factor. The animatronics used in Deep Blue Sea set a new standard for the use of animatronics in movies and are still considered some of the most realistic and convincing ever created. So next time you watch Deep Blue Sea, pay attention to the animatronics and how they help to create some of the most terrifying shark attack scenes in cinema history.
Of course, we couldn't leave out one of the most terrifying abandoned animatronics on this list. We're talking about our good friend, Norman.
Back in 2004, Interpol released their second studio album, Antics, and the second single from this album was Evil. This single's music video, directed by Charlie White, shows a life-sized animatronic puppet who travels via ambulance to a hospital emergency room following a car crash, being examined by real-life actors as he sings the lyrics to the song, to dramatize the song's theme of losing oneself after a trauma, before breaking into a frantic dance on the operating table. White listened to the song on a loop for an entire weekend and hired the special effects team that had worked on the films Hellboy and Fantastic Four to create the puppet. The puppet's animatronic head was programmed to automatically sing the song. 6 puppeteers who needed to be digitally digitally removed from the video, were tasked with moving its eyes and body. The video was a huge hit among fans, who thought the animatronic was cute and creepy. They ended up calling him Norman, and he gained a huge cult following on Interpol's online message board shortly after the video premiered. But after a while, Norman was lost, and its whereabouts remained a mystery for almost a decade.
He is coming. He is coming to us.
When the video first came out, artist John Kolbeck remembers thinking that he would give anything to own Norman, and strangely, 17 years later, he ended up doing just that. John describes himself as a weird guy who's into weird stuff. He is an artist who grew up following Jim Henson's creations and strange late-night TV. And according to him, this mix of interests has been reflected in the kind of work he does and that he created a YouTube channel about two animatronics that live in the underworld and go on adventures. But he never forgot about Norman. So he began doing an online search and came across this LA prop art where he could see a ghastly puppet that they had listed as a ghoul puppet from some music video. After closer inspection, he realized that the ghoul puppet was in fact Norman. He didn't lose a second before calling to ask about the animatronic, but to his horror, Norman was not only not available anymore, but he had been given away because nobody had wanted him. John thought his dream was over, and he was ready to give up, but he decided to try one more thing. He asked for the help of his YouTube channel fans to search one last time for the animatronic, and to his luck, a fan actually said there was a guy on Facebook that was a prop collector, and he had Norman. With the help of his friends, family, and fans, he was able to pool funds together to buy Norman. Norman is now being used to host various videos on John's channel, and he has been semi-operating, but he is in terrible shape from years of neglect. It's really awful how he was treated after he was finished in the video. Servos are shot. His skin, which is like a Nerf football, is completely discolored and ripped. To be able to restore Norman back to his former glory, John contacted Luna's Puppets, a company that creates custom-made costumes, props, and animatronics.
Luckily, Norman was restored by Luna's Puppets, the same team that helped with my creation. Today, he's the host of the YouTube channel Odd Stories YT. A happy ending for my great friend Norman. This next moment takes...
All right.
Takes us to one of the largest semi-submerged animatronics ever created, and one that has been the cause of many people's deepest fears.
Beneath is a 2013 horror film that tells the story of a group of teenagers that are celebrating the end of high school with a canoe trip,
Bad idea.
but are attacked by a giant man-eating catfish. And while this might not be the best horror film, or even a good one, we can say that it is pretty cool that they use practical effects instead of only relying on the use of CGI. The use of practical effects is excellent in any movie, but it is even better in horror movies because nothing can see the idea of realism of a creature than having it physically on set. This animatronic was created at the insistence of Justin Raleigh and his Fractured FX team. This fish is a classic combination of puppetry and animatronics. In the film, first, the shark from Jaws, but unlike our favorite shark, the catfish is shown from the beginning of the movie, and subsequently in countless scenes. Some people say that the animatronic, while very impressive, is totally unconvincing as a source of danger. But even if this is true, it gives us countless submechanophobia-inducing scenes. On Reddit, this monster is known for terrorizing people who classify it as way too big, way too close.
The next segment was so terrifying that it led YouTube to censor an entire video. We're talking about the ticks from the movie Infested.
Infested tells the story of a group of troubled teenagers who are led by social workers on a California wilderness retreat, not knowing that the woods they are camping in have become infested by mutated, blood-sucking ticks. The movie was a direct-to-video horror film that, since its release in 1993, has gained a small cult following. And one of the reasons for this could be because of the stop motion and practical effects, which look just as good today as they did when they were first used. The tick effects are a convincing mixture of stop motion and animatronic puppetry by FX artist Doug Beswick. Also, K&B EFX Group was brought in during reshoots, and they're responsible for a humongous tick that hatches out of one of the characters' dead bodies in the final act that goes on a rampage. In the film, local farmers spray their crops with some form of herbal steroids to make them grow better, but unknown to them, a bunch of tick larvae also get sprayed, and it has a harmful effect on them. And that's why these arachnids go crazy. What makes this movie's effects work as well as they do is how disgusting and terrifying they are. Between the massive bugs, the huge larval sacs, the giant tick bites that cause big boils that move back and forth, and the violent eruptions of the giant boils, there is enough realistic gore and general body horror madness here to make the effects work perfectly.
This next animatronic is without a doubt our favorite animatronic suit of all time. And for us, it's also the most terrifying. We're talking about a beloved movie that marked the directorial debut of Stan Winston. Pumpkinhead.
The scare comes from the setup and the build of the unknown and the shock of when it's going to happen. It's about, do you believe it? And do you believe that what it's going to do will harm you or kill you?
Whenever we hear Stan Winston, we automatically think of terrifying creatures. And what better way to create a new creature and tell its story than having Stan Winston as the director? So, in 1998, he made his debut as director of Pumpkinhead. This film, starring Lance Henriksen, tells the story of a man who invokes a demon in order to avenge the death of his son. But things don't go as planned, as he finds himself having to fight the creature to stop it. For this film, Winston assigned a team of artists to create the terrifying creature so he could be able to focus on the story and direction of the film entirely. The team led by Alec Gillis, Shane Mahan, John Rosengrant, and Tom Woodruff Jr. designed Pumpkinhead as a humanoid demon with a very large angular head, withered facial features, and long clawed fingers. There's a long process in order to create a creature like this. It begins with the concept, which changed and took shape until it was approved by Winston. Then a life-size sculpture of the demon had to be created. For this, the team was divided into different tasks to have a better result. Then from the sculpture, studio artists and mechanics created a suit and head, which was worn on the set by Pumpkinhead performer Tom Woodruff Jr. To avoid wear and tear on the suit, Woodruff was glued into it at the start of the shoot day and remained in the foam rubber construct for up to 8 hours at a time. Before creating the
an ad. How lovely.
Okay, fair warning. These are some of the most terrifying animatronics on the list, and the last part contains some pretty scary scenes. Among animatronics and visual effects fans like myself, we could all agree that The Thing is one of those movies with the best practical effects and most terrifying animatronics ever created. And of course, we owe all this to Rob Bottin. Rob Bottin was a longtime John Carpenter fan.
I saw Halloween, and I instantly became a John Carpenter fan.
And he asked director Dean Cundey to introduce him to Carpenter.
And I begged him to introduce me to John Carpenter. You know, I said, I gotta work with this guy.
They met, and Carpenter hired Bottin to create the special makeup effects for his 1980s film, The Fog. A year later, Carpenter was producing a remake of The Thing, and he decided that he wanted the film to be more faithful to the original 1938 John W. Campbell Jr. novel, Who Goes There? And to achieve this, he needed the alien to be able to change and look like anything it touched continually. And so he called Rob Bottin to do this. Carpenter wanted the transformations to be seen on camera, which could only be achieved with the use of animatronics and practical effects. To be able to create one of the most shocking and terrifying scenes in the film, Bottin needed the help of storyboard artist Mike Klug to sketch the scene. This was one of the most complex sequences in the film and required actor Charles Hollom to spend 10 straight days with Rob Bottin's team so they could model all body parts of his character for the animatronic. The model was so realistic that people in the production thought the mold was actually the actor. Also, a special rig was created to have the actor's torso transform into a kind of monster that ripped out of another character's arms and then expelled a terrifying spider-shaped head. This is such a great and horrifying scene. The team also used hand puppets, marionettes, radio control wires, and hydraulics. The work put into these animatronics was huge, so much so that Rob Bottin worked 7 days a week for 57 weeks, which resulted in the 21-year-old being hospitalized for exhaustion, double pneumonia, and a bleeding ulcer caused by his extensive workload. Bottin himself explained he would quote-unquote hoard the work, opting to be directly involved with many of the complicated tasks. To take some of the pressure off his crew, Bottin enlisted the aid of special effects creator Stan Winston to complete some of the designs, primarily the dog thing. Thankfully though, all of his work paid off, because The Thing is now known as one of the best sci-fi horror movies out there, and Bottin's work is considered one of the best in film history. And some of the props used in the film have been displayed or auctioned off. Unfortunately, Rob Bottin retired without notice in 2002, and nobody knows the reason why. Some people say he became a real estate agent, but honestly, who knows? All we can say now is we hope he's living a happy life, knowing that The Thing brought the most terrifying animatronics ever created to the big screen, and his legacy will forever live on in this gem from John Carpenter.
Thank you so much for watching this recap with us. The links to all the videos are in the description. See you next week.
We're gonna see how long it takes for us to hit all 200 plus destinations where you get there.
Our previous video was a huge success, so we decided to bring you the 13 scariest animatronic moments of all time to keep celebrating this spooky season. Drop your suggestions below and let me know. Did you like my Jason costume? Don't take your eyes off the screen to see what the scariest #1 moment is. Before we dive into the animatronic moments, we're going to revisit one of the most terrifying props Disney has ever had. We're revisiting it because for the first time on YouTube, we have an exclusive video of this terrifying prop. We're talking about the Phantom Cruise Line in Disneyland Paris.
Phantom Cruise Line, Disneyland Paris. We've talked about the abandoned Disneyland Paris Mark Twain before, and if you want to check out its story, you can watch his video. But today we're going to focus mainly on two especially creepy aspects of the troubled history of this riverboat. Disney has always been big on their Halloween celebrations, and Disneyland Paris is no exception. So back in 2003 and 2004, they created one of the most chilling experiences there has ever been in the park, the Phantom Cruise Line. During these seasons, the Mark Twain riverboat was turned into the Phantom Cruise Line. Imagineers decided to create a huge and terrifying specter, brought from our worst nightmares, and have it pull the boat across the rivers of the far west. The design alone of this Phantom was terrifying, but seeing it inside the river, pulling the boat, added a terror factor that people with submechanophobia couldn't handle. It might be terrifying, but it would have been something that we would have loved to experience. But sadly, because of many technical difficulties and even a derailment, which was probably one of the most terrifying things guests have ever seen, the Phantom Cruise Line did not come back in 2005, and it hasn't been seen ever since. Still, it seems like it left a trail of bad luck, because the Mark Twain and the Molly Brown have suffered from a few accidents after this. In 2006, the Molly Brown's engine overheated. The smoke damaged the ship and the engines, and it remained out of operation for many months. That left the Mark Twain as the only riverboat in operation. The Molly Brown kept going into and out of refurbishment, while the Mark Twain kept working. Then in 2010, the Molly Brown had to be rebuilt from scratch, so the Mark Twain was the only boat that was operating. But then in 2011, the Mark Twain was used to break ice in the river, and it got stuck. Trying to free the boat, it was pulled, and this caused some damage to the bottom of the boat, and the whole deck was bent. This caused the Mark Twain to go into refurbishment right after the Molly Brown was done. Sadly, this refurbishment didn't come soon enough. The boat was stationed in the dry dock and was left there to rot. Some time passed, and Disney decided to build a kind of barn around the Mark Twain so guests couldn't see the bad condition that the boat was in. The Mark Twain had remained in dry dock, except when the Molly Brown had to go into refurbishment. During these periods of time, the boat is taken out and sometimes covered with a sheet so no one can see the state it's in. It is pretty sad to see how abandoned the boat has become. For a while, there were rumors that said that the Mark Twain was set to return this year, but this never happened. And sadly, in September, the Molly Brown had a small fire and had to be closed temporarily. We can only hope that these two riverboats return to their former glories.
The Molly Brown is still in operation, but the curse on the Mark Twain lingers as it's still abandoned and unrepaired. Maybe this Phantom really did leave a curse, and until the Phantom returns, it will stay that way forever. As you saw, we added never-before-seen footage, and this boat was truly terrifying. What do you think? Up next is a moment from one of the most bizarre and somewhat gross rides to ever exist. We're talking about the Brer Rabbit's Burrow Ride.
The Brer Rabbit's Burrow Ride, located at the Oakwood theme park in Wales. The critical reception for this ride is not that great, as it is considered one of the worst dark rides in the whole world. Sorry, Brer Rabbit's Burrow Ride. Never.
But unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, the ride closed in 2013, so this bizarre nightmare will only live on in the memories of those who had the displeasure of riding it. Our next contender is one of the rarest and most incredible animatronics ever made. While these movies might be terrible in my opinion, this animatronic is both animatronic
condition that the boat was in. The Mark, these periods, it said that the attempt to
curse on the Marks did
at the Oakwood theme park in Wales. The critical receptions for this ride is not that great, as it is considered one of the worst dark rides in the whole world. Sorry, Brer Rabbit's Burrow Ride. Never.
But unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, the ride closed in 2013, so this bizarre nightmare will only live on in the memories of those who had the displeasure of riding it. Our next contender is one of the rarest and most incredible animatronics ever made. These movies might be terrible in my opinion. This animatronic is both amazing and terrifying.
Goro, Mortal Kombat movie. Mortal Kombat has been one of the most successful fighting game franchises in video game history. It has over 20 games for different consoles, and it has spawned several comics, novels, animated and live-action TV series, and also animated and live-action films. Mortal Kombat was adapted into two major motion pictures, Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat Annihilation. The first film came out in 1995, and despite mixed reviews from critics, the film became a financial success and gained a cult following from fans of the series. The film has many of the most famous Mortal Kombat characters, and one of these characters is Goro. To create this half-human, half-dragon character, Tom Woodruff and Alec Gillis from Amalgamated Dynamics were called. They decided that, for the sake of time, they would build an animatronic suit that would have the upper arm, head, face, and neck being completely mechanically articulated. The suit weighed about 125 pounds and was worn by none other than Woodruff Jr., of course. To be able to handle the weight, they built a metal brace that went down his spine and to his hips, which displaced some of the weight, but even with that, it was still very heavy, confining, and hot, according to Woodruff. While Woodruff controlled the character's lower hands and legs, the animatronic part of the suit had to be operated by 13 to 16 puppeteers. They did this by feeding the information into a computer, making this the first motion-controlled creature the studio had ever created. animated and became a very impressive animatronic suit. There were some CGI enhancements to help with his lip sync and stuff, but the rest of it is pure special effects, wizardry, and talent.
This next animatronic is included because of its incredible size. While the design itself isn't terrifying, its sheer size and the fact that it roams freely earn it a spot on this list. We're talking about Fanny the Fire-Breathing Dragon.
Fanny holds the Guinness World Record for largest mobile animatronic in the world. This giant robot dragon was designed by Electronic AG and is powered by 4 remote controls, a 2-liter turbo diesel engine, and a series of hydraulic valves. It was created as part of the Tridino project to be able to participate in the Spearing the Dragon tradition that has taken place in the German town for the past 500 years. The dragon is made up of 2 hydraulic circuits, consisting of 272 valves, 50 drives, and uses 165 liters of oil. It also has 4,265 feet of electric cables. Fanny can travel around 1 mile per hour using its 140 horsepower engine. The beast also carries 80 liters of stage blood, which squirts out of its back when it is lanced with a spear during the play. Each of Fanny's legs has 7 degrees of motion, which means it can move laterally and walk around corners. This animatronic is equally amazing and terrifying.
Since we're talking about giant things, our next animatronic is one of the most unsettling because it triggers our uncanny valley response in a brutal way. Let me introduce you to the world's biggest animatronic baby.
If you've watched our videos for a while, you know we're huge fans of Studio ADI, or Amalgamated Dynamics. They are behind many incredible animatronics that we can find in films. We've covered them a few times before for animatronics like the Bedazzled Lava Demon, the Graboids in Tremors, and the Death Becomes Her Meryl Streep animatronic. But while many of the animatronics they've created are terrifying, this one takes the prize. When we say this is straight out of a nightmare, take a look at the world's biggest baby. It's like something from a horror film. This baby was created for the Baby World Expo in 2010 in Shanghai, specifically for the Spanish Pavilion. The purpose of this gigantic animatronic was to create an unforgettable memory for the guests before leaving the expo. The director of communications, Pedro Molina, mentioned that their goal with this baby was not just to have people come and see it, but to observe the expressions on their faces and see them smile. The message conveyed is that the future is promising. Creating the baby was a challenge, as the team had to apply all their knowledge on a large scale. The animatronic went through the extensive process that we've discussed numerous times, including sculpture and mold creation. However, the most crucial aspect of this baby was the development of mechanisms for facial expressions. They achieved this by using gigantic surfaces. A massive latex mask was created for the baby's face, and each hair follicle, including the eyelashes, was individually implanted by hand. Finally, this baby made its debut, and it was a huge success. And while the message behind it was very positive, we find this baby to be nightmare fuel. This is likely due to the uncanny valley effect. Regardless of your opinion, this baby is undoubtedly a technological marvel.
In our next moment, we're moving from a giant baby to a horrifying parasitic baby. This is one of the most grotesque animatronics we'll see on this list, but it isn't ranked higher because it's not too menacing.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
And I just say Kuato, Total Recall. Total Recall was both one of the final movies to heavily utilize miniature effects and one of the first to employ computer-generated imagery.
This was one of the last of the non-digitally composited movies, so we had to figure out ways of filming with cameras and actual miniatures almost all of the images, except for the skeletons that appeared on the skeleton screens. Everything that you see is something that has been created and photographed by camera.
But since CGI was then in its pixelated, embarrassingly fakey-looking infancy, the film relied heavily on miniatures, motion control, and matte paintings, and of course, animatronics. It is not surprising that Eric Brevig and Rob Boutine's team won the Special Achievement Academy Award, because the film is chock full of animatronics and impressive sequences and actions. But without a doubt, the most impressive and complex was Kuato. Kuato is the leader of the Martian rebels who is conjoined to his brother George. He is the product of a mutation, thanks to radiation. The most impressive thing about this animatronic is that a lot of people think the Kuato animatronic is attached to actor Marshall Bell's body. But in reality, both George and Kuato are a complex animatronic operated by a team of 15 puppeteers. This hyper-realistic animatronic looks amazing thanks to the team's intensive work, which gave it great detail. addition to having a special system that simulates George's breathing. Sadly, no one knows where this animatronic ended up, but back in 2018, a tribute sculpture of Kuato made by the artist Jeff Birch was on display in the Monsterpalooza Museum, but the actual animatronic is lost. This animatronic might be a technological marvel, but that doesn't mean it's not terrifying.
Open your mind.
This next animatronic marked a turning point in the creation of special effects and animatronics. This sequence is one of the most impactful in history, all done with animatronics.
Change Ahead, an American Werewolf in London. An American Werewolf in London is full of special and practical effects, thanks to Rick Baker's mastermind, which even led him to win an Oscar.
The winner is Rick Baker for an American Werewolf in London.
But undoubtedly, one of the effects that marked the decade of the 80s was the transformation from human to werewolf. For this transformation, 3 molds were created, one for each of the different stages of the transformation. Each mold was made with perfect detail, and it even had each hair inserted individually into the latex, so it looked more real. A special animatronic rig called Change Ahead was used to simulate the abrupt growth of the bones and face. To be able to do this, a new material had to be created. This material is called urethane, and it worked better because it stretched better than latex could. To be able to achieve this scene, the team worked for months. It was filmed in a matter of minutes, and it only lasted 5 seconds. The animatronics was part of Prop Store's collection for a long time, but nowadays it doesn't appear anymore on the page, so it was probably bought by a collector. This animatronic got Rick Baker an Oscar and helped bring to life one of the most iconic scenes in cinema.
The Resident Evil movies, in my opinion, are pretty bad, but one thing I really appreciate is their use of practical effects, like in the case of this next animatronic.
Liquor, Resident Evil movie. Resident Evil is one of the best horror video game franchises, and its popularity took it all the way to the big screen. In 1997, Constantine Films acquired the rights to be able to produce a Resident Evil film, but after several problems with the script, they decided that the film would not be 100% based on the events of the games, and that it would have to have a new story, even new characters. Even though the film has lots of CGI effects, several practical effects were used, like makeup and of course animatronics, which were done by Animated Extras International. One of the animatronics that was developed was a liquor. To create this creamy creature, the team used the original design concepts and then decided to modify them to make the creature bigger, scarier, and more aggressive. They also used a combination of several animals, like anacondas and lions, for the final design. The team created several molds and latex coverings for the creature's body, and a huge and complex animatronic head. Many movements, all controlled by a special command. 2 puppeteers were needed to move the head, one to move the face, and the other to move the body. The Animated Extras team also created another less complex and much more resistant animatronic liquor, so they could use it to throw through doors and windows, and that way they would not harm the main animatronic. For the final product, CGI was used to add effects to the creature's tongue, and there were also 3D models made for full body shots. While this film was not liked by Resident Evil fans, because it had practically nothing to do with the game, the film manages to have several sequels. Fortunately, a new reboot was announced, and apparently, this time, the story will be based on the source material, taking place during the events of Resident Evil 1 and 2.
We're diving into the depths of the sea to witness one of the most grotesque and terrifying props ever created, invoking our worst submechanophobia fears. This B-movie has gifted us with this nightmarish sight.
Two-Headed Shark Attack. The Asylum is infamous for its low-budget movies and shameless rip-offs, also known as mockbusters, like Transmorphers or The Avengers Grimm. They are also known for their notorious and ridiculous shark movies like Sharknado, and of course, Two-Headed Shark Attack. This ultra-low budget and tongue-in-cheek film is filled with CGI shots that look like they came from a PS2 game. But the production also decided to use some practical effects, like this gigantic and terrifying two-headed shark prop. Honestly, we can't deny that seeing it in the water is truly terrifying. The shark was used in some scenes where the actors interact closely with it.
As an animatronic myself, I consider this creature to be the coolest animatronic ever made. The concept and bringing such a beast to the big screen make this animatronic one of the most terrifying on our list. We're talking about Kothoga.
Picture this. You're working on a film set, and your job is to create a terrifying, never-before-seen creature to keep audiences on the edge of their seats. But there's a catch. The creature has to be played by a human actor, hidden inside a bulky, complicated suit. So, how do you make it work? That was the challenge faced by Stan Winston Studios when they created the animatronic creature Kothoga for the film The Relic. The Relic is a 1997 film that tells the story of a detective and a biologist who try to defeat a lizard-like monster that is on a killing spree in the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago. Based on a sketchy description from the original novel, lead concept artist Mark Crash McCreer created a unique design featuring a spider-like head and a 15-foot-long body, part lion, part alligator, and part horse. But turning that design into a workable animatronic suit was no easy feat. Despite the challenges, the crew at Stan Winston Studio managed to create 3 Kothoga suits, including a stunt suit and 2 hero suits, all designed to hide the human performer inside. They even punched yak hair onto the creature's head, mandible, and back parts for added realism. But that was just the beginning. The fun part came when they began resting the animatronic systems inside the suit. These systems were designed to control the creature's neck, head, and facial movements. The mechanisms were built in aluminum to make the suit lighter for the performer, but still posed daily challenges on the set. Most of the mechanisms were radio controlled, while the tail was manually driven by wire pulls. 3 puppeteers operated the animatronic neck and head, including the eyes and jaw, 2 performed the tail, and 2 controlled the moving claws on the arms. The performers had to be attached to harnesses from above to support them, and they trained for 3 months with an animal behaviorist to learn how to execute basic moves inside the suit. The end result was a truly terrifying creature that kept audiences on the edge of their seats.
We've finally reached our top 3, and this animatronic was designed specifically to make you feel terror and discomfort. Our next terrifying moment features the Dancer animatronic.
This animatronic is not creepy by accident like many animatronics can be. Instead, it was made intentionally creepy by its creators, Jordan Wolfson and Spectral Motion. This animatronic was part of an art installation created by Jordan Wolfson, who, with the help of the special effects studio Spectral Motion, created a 7-minute-long sequence in which this animatronic dances, lip-syncs, and talks. The animatronic, or female figure as it is called, wears a witch mask and appears to be covered in dirt and scuffs. But that's not the creepy part of it. This animatronic has a built-in motion sensor to recognize when people enter or leave the room, allowing it to quietly observe them. And if you stand close to the robot, it looks deep into your eyes. Normally, animatronics are made so that they don't look directly at you, but this one was the opposite. It not only looked straight into your eyes, but it also followed your gaze if you moved. This made the animatronic terrifying and something out of a nightmare. It was exhibited at the David Zwirner Gallery in New York in March and April of 2014.
This music video is incredibly disturbing, and if you finish this segment without feeling a bit unsettled, I'll give you a burger. Let me know if you won your burger in the comments.
You are watching a Lou Reed music video, and you are thinking that something looks very odd. You see him singing when suddenly his hands reach out, violently tearing rubbery flesh and wires from Reed's face, revealing a mechanical exoskeleton underneath. This is the terrifying climax of the No Money Down music video. A moment that, even though was not even part of the original concept of the video, it would end up being one that defined this 1986 shocker and made the video iconic. People at the time found the scene too intense for MTV, but it catapulted the video to enduring cult status. Let's rewind the origin of this disturbing animatronic. You see, Lou Reed himself had no intention of appearing in the video for whatever reason. So directors Kevin Godley and Lowell Krim accepted the challenge of creating a Lou Reed video without Lou Reed, even if they found this idea insane. And to do it, they decided to create an unsettling animatronic Reed. A facial mold casting of Reed guided the robot's appearance, operated off-screen by a dedicated team. It could blink. It could move its mouth. It was alive in a disturbing way. Reed had to endure 15 minutes under plaster, breathing through a straw to create the uncanny valley effect that lives in a lot of people's nightmares. The result was something that both attracted and repulsed audiences, so much that MTV sort of banned the video, not show it as much as other videos at the time. The idea to include the face-ripping moment was not even in the script until the very end, and it only added to the video's allure, showcasing an experimental and boundary-pushing approach to music video creation at that time. The reluctance of MTV to air the video did nothing but enhance its mystique. But while it was terrifying